Okay, good morning, everyone. May I please ask for your names and your presence?
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Ian Sanderson, appearing on behalf of the University of Hawaii. With me today is Mr. Tim Louis-Kwan. Sitting at council table is Mr. David Longboard, representing the University of Hawaii.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Debbie Ward.
Ms. Ward, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Euclid Aluli on behalf of Kahea.
Good morning, Ms. Aluli.
Good morning, Kealoha Pishoda on behalf of Kealoha Pishoda, Mauna Kea, Nainaho, and Paul Nevis.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Clarence Jing for myself.
Good morning, Mr. Ching.
Aloha, E. Kalani Flores and B. Pualani Case on behalf of the Flores Case Ohana.
Good morning, Mr. Flores.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ross Shinyama and Douglas Ng for TMT International Observatory.
Good morning, Mr. Shinyama.
Good morning, Kaliko Kanaile.
Good morning, Mr. Kanaile.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lincoln Ashita representing Pueo. Keahi Warfield is also present. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Aloha no mehana kihoi.
Aloha. Okay, Harry Fergestrom.
Harry Ferguson, present.
Good morning, Mr. Fergestrom. Mr. Kanuha, CM Kanuha. CM Kanuha, not present. Joseph Kamara. Joseph Kamara, not present. I think he said he was going to work today. Lena Alas Lightholm. I got it right this time.
Lena Alice Lightholm, present.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Lanny Sinkin for the Temple of Lono.
Thank you, Mr. Sinkin. Stephanie Tabata. Stephanie Tabata, not present. Tiffany Kakalia. Tiffany Kakalia, not present. Glenn Keela. Glenn Keela, not present. Dwight Vicente.
Good morning, Dwight Vicente.
Good morning, Mr. Vicente.
Present.
Brannon Kealoha.
Aloha, I'm Hearing Officer Amano, Kamahana Kealoha here, under coerce and duress, coercion and duress. And I want to add a large amount of sacrilege to that. Thank you. Sacrilege.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Kealoha. Cindy Freitas.
Aloha, Cindy Freitas.
Aloha, Ms. Freitas.
Good morning, Ms. Amano.
Good morning.
William Freitas is present. I just wanted to let you know that today I asked to be excused at 12:30. I have to go to work.
And are you okay if Ms. Freitas speaks for you when appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And
But
thank you for letting us know.
But don't let her cross-examine. in behalf of me.
She's going to hold all her cross-examination questions for when you get on the stand.
Thank you.
And you have to answer everything truthfully.
I will.
Thank you.
And I think I see Wilma Holy. Yep, good morning. Okay, and we have the witness, please. Your witness, Mr. Sanderson. That would be Mr. Hayes.
Yes, we'll recall Mr. Hayes at this time.
Thank you.
Test one.
Good morning, Mr. Hayes.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And sir, I'm going to remind you again that you took an oath earlier to tell the truth. Are you agreeable to continuing your testimony under that oath?
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hayes. And for continued cross-examination, Ms. Peixota.
Okay. Aloha.
Aloha.
I think we ended at my question. I marked it here, but I might have to ask you where we ended. Maybe. I'll think. I think it's right here. So. Wait, hold on. Okay. If the TMT requires construction and the putting up of a permanent structure, then according to the rules under 30C7, that means that the TMT project will intensify the land use. Is that correct?
The work I did was related to the environmental impact statement. There's a section on land use.
Sir, is it correct or not correct?
I'm not sure.
You don't understand the question?
No.
Okay. May I ask you to repeat the question or rephrase it?
Okay. Let me break it down. Does the TMT require construction and putting up a permanent structure? Yes or no?
Yes.
According to the rules under HAR 13530C7, that also would mean that the TMT project will intensify the land use. Yes or no, please?
I can't answer yes or no to that question, and I believe it's under the purview of the Board of Land and Natural Resources to answer that question.
So you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Thank you.
Can we put up the land use definition again, please? Oh. Oh, sorry. That project. Oh, it's sideways.
Mr. Hayes.
Oh,
Okay, so you see up there that land use is defined as the placement or erection of any solid material on the land. Wait, hold on, sorry. Yeah, and construction.
So what is that document that's now being projected?
Oh, sorry. That is under the definitions, and you can find it under HAR 1352, and at least online it comes up as page 25, but it's basically the simple definitions for land use in the rule, the conservation district rules.
Okay, so you're going to ask him if he has seen this before or understands this rule? Because you're going to ask him about the rule, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and ask your questions.
Okay. My question was initially that have you seen this before, these rules?
I'm not intimately familiar with these rules or the context with which this section of them comes from.
Mr. Hayes, you see what's on the projector wall, projected thing on
Yes.
the wall? Have you seen that before?
We saw it yesterday, but it's,
Before yesterday?
no.
All right.
Okay. Can you put the remove that one and show the second one, which are the 8 criteria?
And that, can you tell us what that is, please, Ms. Peixoto?
This exhibit is just showing the 8 criteria.
Yes, ma'am, but where can we find it in the exhibits?
13530C in the Hawaii Administrative Rules.
HAR 135C. Is that what I heard you say?
135-30C.
30C, thank you.
So there's the C right there. In evaluating the merits of a proposed land use, the department or board shall apply the following criteria.
Got it.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The one I was reading you was number 7.
Yes, ma'am. So you want to ask this witness if he knows what this is?
Yes.
And then you can ask him other questions about this.
Yes. You recognize number 7 in the languaging of the 8 criteria?
Yes.
Okay. Right there, number 7 says, subdivision of land will not be utilized to increase the intensity of land use, which is the one we just showed you. The definition of land use would include putting up a structure and a permanent structure as well, right? Is that correct?
I believe so, based on what was up there before. But this quote is related to subdivision of land, number 7.
Will it it doesn't matter. What matters is, will it increase the intensity of the land use?
Objection, ask and answer.
Sustained.
Sorry.
You're asking him to ignore part of what's up there?
Okay, I know how to, okay.
Go ahead.
You participated in helping to fill out the CDUA, correct? Or informing Mr. White regarding the CDUA?
As I've stated, I participated.
No, I just asked you if that's correct.
I participated to the extent of providing information from the environmental impact statement document to the team that prepared the CDUA.
Is it your testimony that the TMT project meets number 7 criteria of the 8 criteria?
Is my testimony that the project does not require subdivision of land?
That's not what I asked you, actually. Is it your testimony that the TMT meets criteria number 7?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Is it your testimony that the TMT will not be the placement or erection of any solid material on the
I'm sorry,
land?
Ms. Peixoto, I apologize. Is that you, Mr. Ferguson, back there? On the telephone, you're welcome to use the phone outside, but right now I can hear you talking and I'm trying to pay attention to. No, it's okay, but if you don't mind using the phone outside, that'd be great. So I apologize, Ms. Pishota. Please go forward.
Okay. The TMT project will not involve grading,
It will involve grading.
and that's a land use.
It's an activity.
Based upon the definition that, can we put the definition back up?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Yeah, this witness said he hasn't seen, he is not familiar with that document, HAR 1352.
Okay.
So it's not really fair to ask him questions about that if he's not familiar with it.
Okay, I'll work on that. HAR 13.5-30 contains what are known as the 8 criteria. Is that correct?
I believe so. I'm not an expert at citing HAR numbers, but these are the 8 criteria on the screen here.
These are the 8 criteria that you understand are to be met in order for the BLNR to approve a project or not. Is that correct?
I understand that BLNR is to consider these 8 criteria.
So you understand that number 7 is a part of that, and so is the definition of land use. The definition of land use is found within the definition of where the 8 criteria are.
Objection, compound question.
Okay. The definition of land use, I cited you, is contained on HAR 13.5-30. Oh, no, sorry. 13.5.2. Right there. And that's the definitions that are contained in 13.5.30, also where the 8 criteria are to be found.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Sanderson, there's a microphone right in front of you. And if you could please use that microphone to tell us why you are standing to make an objection.
Objection, asked and answered, argumentative.
Yeah, Ms. Pishota, I'm not sure this is the witness you want to make your points with.
Okay.
Because he's not familiar, at least that's what he said, with 13.5.2, and his involvement with the CDUA was to provide the EIS and answers to the EIS questions with regard to the application. That's what I just heard him say. I'm not sure, but that's what I think I heard him say. So asking him to comment on how the number 7 of the stated criteria applies or doesn't apply, he might not be the one to ask. There may be other witnesses, including your own, to make those points. I understand what point you're trying to make, but it's not evidence unless the witness testifies an answer to the question.
I believe he does testify that it meets all of the 8 criteria.
Okay.
In here.
What is that?
His written direct testimony.
Okay, and can you point?
I mean, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong.
No, if you can just go ahead and point to where he says that.
Okay, I might have to find it. Can somebody help me find it? I can move on.
Yeah.
Okay. Kel, can you put up the page 8 excerpts? I'll come back to this if I can find that.
All right, sure.
I don't know if you can see that, Mr. Hayes.
What is that?
This is actually page S8 of the executive summary of the final EIS. Sorry, what exhibit is that? A3. Exhibit A3, page S8 of the executive summary. And yeah. I forgot to mark what paragraph it is, if someone can find that.
You can just tell us.
Okay. I don't know which, I forgot which paragraph it comes from. But I would like you to read that while I try to figure out the paragraph from here. Okay.
This is from page S8 of Exhibit A3.
Executive summary, yeah.
Yeah.
Final EIS, and it's
From a cumulative perspective, the impact of past and present actions on cultural, archaeological, and historic resources is substantial, significant, and adverse. These impacts will continue to be substantial, significant, and adverse with the consideration of the project and other reasonably foreseeable actions. Then what's here on the screen goes on to say, this was the cumulative impact finding on the FEIS, correct? Question mark.
yeah. Is it?
That is an accurate quote from page S8 of Exhibit A3.
So you compose the FEIS, correct?
Yes.
Do you stand by that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in analyzing the significant and adverse, actually, excuse me, let me ask you a second question. Kale, I need the second one. It will have a question as well. Okay. Now what this is this comes from the FEIS, volume 2 at page 17. And somewhere around the, page 4, somewhere around paragraph 3 is a statement from the Board of Land and Natural Resource chairwoman at that time, Ms. Laura Thielen. And can you read that, please?
As it's stated on this excerpt, it says, it is our view that the effects of astronomy development on cultural resources and on the landscape of MK has been significant and adverse. While the project, such as the TMT, may bring new resources into pay,
sorry, I think it meant play.
yeah, that may mitigate certain cultural impacts and even benefit Native Hawaiians, we believe the project will increase the level of impact on cultural resources, which remains to be significant and adverse.
Okay.
And I have not confirmed that that's an accurate excerpt from the EIS.
Okay, I'll try to find it.
Objection, just evidence is the document itself.
Could we show this witness that exhibit?
We're trying to find it.
I don't know.
Volume
Volume 2 is Exhibit A3. No, A4.
A4.
So, Mr. Hayes, do you happen to have A4 in front of you?
I do.
All right. And were you able to find that section?
I'm checking now. This says it's on page 17.
Page 4.
Right here it says page 17.
Yeah, I know. I corrected it, though. Sorry, I meant page 4, about paragraph 3.
Oh, page 4 of their letter.
Mm-hmm.
This is page 4 of their letter.
Mm-hmm.
The thing doesn't seem to be very well focused today.
So this is page 17 of 531. Did I see that correctly?
Yes, page 17 of 531 from Exhibit A4.
Thank you.
And in this area, it seems to be where the quote was
Yes.
pulled from.
When you say this area, there's no record. You're pointing to something, but when you look back at the written pages, you will not find it.
Yeah. This
So
is
may
identified
may I
as.
describe it, please?
It's identified
Sir,
as.
if you can put it back up, I'll describe it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
All right, so it looks to me to be the third paragraph. What line?
I think
This line,
Which is the fifth line from the bottom.
roughly. Yeah, I think so.
Okay?
It is our view is where their excerpt began. It is our view is where their excerpt began.
Okay, Ms. Bishota?
Okay. So, Ms. Thielen of the Board of Land and Natural Resources affirmed that this project would increase the level of impact. Is that correct?
Who wrote this document?
Are you able to establish that this witness would have that information?
It's contained in the draft EIS volume 2. They clearly are marking it because they're responding to it.
But your question is to him.
Yeah.
Ms. Thielen wrote that. So how is he going to know that? You have to establish how he would know that, and then you can ask him the question.
Okay. Is her name on this letter? I don't have the letter in front of me. Now it's worse, Deb. I can't see it.
This letter, page 9 of the letter, the comment letter on the draft EIS from the Department of Land and Natural Resources, is signed by somebody on behalf of Laura H. Thielen, chairperson.
Okay. So you
I can't tell who the signature is. It looks like Ken C. somebody.
But the question is, does he have personal knowledge? This is all about a witness's personal knowledge.
Yes.
So does he have personal knowledge that she signed the letter or created the letter, or you need to establish that?
Well, okay. Do you have personal knowledge that this letter comes from BLNR chairperson at the time that they were making these comments?
I have personal knowledge to the extent that the letter was signed on behalf of Laura Thielen by Ken C. somebody. And it says, if you have further comments or need further information, please do not hesitate to contact me, and it provides a phone number. I'm not sure whose phone number it is, but the letter did appear, looking at the first page of the letter.
Sir, so you saw that gentleman sign the letter?
No, I did not.
That's your personal knowledge.
Okay.
Is it your personal knowledge that BLNR is the approving agency of the CDUP and that is it, or the CDUA? Are they the approving agency?
The
microphone.
Objection. Beyond the scope of the rec, the witness has already testified that his involvement in the CDUA was to provide the EIS to the CDUA preparers.
So where
I'm asking for his personal knowledge.
Yeah, but where are we going with this?
Well, there's quite a few questions that. Okay.
So where are we going with this?
I'm trying to get to some points under the 8 criteria, which, again, this is the approving agency, this is the draft environmental impact statement, and really it's about impact.
And is this the witness that is qualified to answer those questions?
I think so, because he did the cumulative impact statement and the EIS. Okay, on his testimony on the first page, I served as the project manager in connection with the preparation of the EIS for the 30-meter telescope project. I also assisted with the preparation of the Conservation District use application. So I do believe he should be able to answer these questions.
In what capacity?
He should be able to answer on the questions of the 8 criteria, on cumulative impact.
In what capacity? His only relationship, the reason he's up here is because he did the EIS and provided that EIS to the person who completed the application, the CDUA, and additional information about the EIS. That's my understanding. So if you're asking him about the board and the criteria, the 8 criteria, and how they were met or not met or evaluated, that would go beyond the scope of his direct examination.
Okay, my only concern with that is that these are the documents that are relied upon to make the determination.
By who?
By the board as well.
So you need to be asking your question of other people who make those determinations.
I want to know if they're standing by their own testimony.
Who's they?
He's the author of the EIS, and he contributed to the CDUA.
So you can ask him if he stands by his EIS. You can ask him about the EIS. You can ask him about his direct testimony. You can ask him what he provided to CDUA, how he assisted, whatever it is. But to ask him the detail of what you're asking, he may not be the right one, unless there's something I don't know. It would be the equivalent of asking me, and I don't know anything.
Well, can I continue some of my questions here, and then maybe it will become
Well, if we can get
clear.
to a point, I'd appreciate that.
Okay. Can we put up the 8 criteria again, please? Can you read criteria number 4? And there again, this is the 8 criteria under 13.530C.
Number 4 says the proposed land use will not cause substantial adverse impact to existing natural resources within the surrounding area, community, or region.
Okay. And then can we put up HAR 11200-2? HAR 11200-2. These are administrative rules for the EIS process under Hawaii law. And so 11200-2 defines cumulative impact. Can you read that?
Objection, Your Honor. The rules should speak for themselves, and we should have the actual documents up. We should pull it from an exhibit.
Okay. We've allowed this process, and it's a shortcut process to allow us to move forward. And I'll go ahead and overrule the objection.
Okay.
But I want everyone to make a record of what we're looking at, because otherwise when you look back over your transcripts, which you will at some point, there will be no record of what we're all looking at. So where did you get this page from?
It comes from HAR 11-200.
No, where did you physically get this from? Is it from an exhibit of some kind that you can identify?
No,
or
it's in the law. I mean, it's in HAR 11-200.
How am I able to confirm that right now? I can't. Is that correct?
Well, these are all the laws that they cite, so I would assume that if they cite them, that they've seen them and they can stand by
No, my point
questions on
is
them.
that piece of paper up there, I don't know that that's an accurate copy of whatever the law is. So how did you get that copy?
I actually just cut and pasted it from the law on the web so that I could print it. So that I could do this.
All right.
But that's what I was trying to do. I mean, I can cite the law by reference, but I thought it was more useful if they could see it and that he could read that question.
Okay, so I'm going to accept your representation this time that that is what you believe you found in the web, and it is a direct cut and paste from that, and that's what is represented. That's all I'm trying to make a record of.
It's really a question, my question, I think, up there. But, yeah. So in the future, how should we do it?
You need to submit an exhibit, and then we can show the witness the exhibit. Everyone will have seen it before they walk into this room. They know, and then you can reference to the page, and we can look at the page in the exhibit up on the wall so that we can all see the same thing.
But these would...
Your question to me is how should you do it going forward? That's what I'm asking you to do.
So we're supposed to print out all the laws of the state of Hawaii? I mean, essentially, these cover a lot of the laws of the state of Hawaii.
I can't hear you.
I just want to know for the future.
I'm trying to explain to you how to do it because I anticipate more objections, and here forward, I'm just going to sustain them and we're going to move on. So, Ms. Ward?
I asked Mrs. an official copy of this particular document that Ms. Bishota is referring to. Ms. Chena said, we all want to use the unofficial document because that's all there is. But if you want it, you can go to the HAR, to the OCCL website and look at it there, and you can take it from there. And that's the best we could do because that's what Ms. Chena said to do.
No, and I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to find out where that document that we're showing everyone on the wall, that's a piece of paper. Where did that piece of paper come from? I'm tracking it back so that if it came from the website and this is the unofficial copy and I copied this myself and this is what I'm handing to the witness, that's all I'm trying to make a record of.
That's the record you want. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Bishota.
Okay. I hope somebody explains it. Okay. I can't really see what that says.
That's okay. They're not.
Okay. This is HAR 13. Oh, this is Chapter 1, though. Oh. Chapter 1, General Provisions. Is that the one I want? Why are you saying this?
Judge, just for point of information, do you want us to submit the HAR, which is a Hawaii administrative role?
Yes, but I don't think it's not necessary. Really, I'm not trying to question the authenticity. I'm trying to make a record of this physical document, where it is, where we can all find it, what it is, who did what. That's all.
So, for point of reference, what's happening here is that the BLNR on its website, they're called unofficial copies, and what you do is you download them from the DLNR website. So what I'll do is I will download what she's referenced from the DLNR website and make them available as supplemental exhibits so that...
It's not necessary. We don't need to kill any more trees than we already have. So honestly, it's not necessary. I just need, if you're going to hand something physical, and it's just a single sheet of paper from I don't know where, I just need that, how we got that and what it is. Okay? So what is your objection, Mr. Sanderson?
We'd like to object and note for the record that what's shown on the screen is very clearly not a quotation from the administrative rules. It is a question that includes quotations from the administrative rules.
It's part of my question.
Wait, where did those quotations come from?
They come from 11200-2 HAR.
So that is exactly as it is.
No, that's my question. That's what I said. It's actually my question. But it is my question.
No, ma'am. I'm just asking.
Okay.
Thanks. Where is that?
Are you waiting to object?
Okay. I can pull
Okay.
this up. I can pull it up on the website. Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right. So, Ms. Peixoto, you're representing that is an accurate copy of what you printed out from the website?
No, that's my question. I'm not really sure why I have it like that, but I did say that's my question. That's my question that I want to ask him.
So
I'm not trying to represent that is 11202, but I am properly representing that cumulative impact is defined in HAR 11200-2. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Shinyama.
Your Honor, we'll just object. What is being projected on the screen is not an accurate copy or description of the cumulative impact definition. It is also incomplete insofar as the definition of cumulative impact has 2 sentences, and this one clearly has 1.
And I think I just heard from Ms. Peixoto that it isn't an accurate representation. So you're correct. But she's not offering it in evidence. I'm trying to figure out what we're doing here.
I'm trying to get to my question.
All right, so please remove that from the screen. Ms. Peixoto, please go forward with your question.
Okay. I guess I have to lay the foundation. So are you familiar with Hawaii Administrative Rules 11-200 regarding cumulative impact?
I'm familiar with it. I could not quote, word for word what it says.
Cumulative impact under HAR 11200-2 in part defines impact on the environment which results from an incremental impact of an action when added to the past, present, and reasonable regardless of what agency or person undertakes such actions. Do you recognize that?
Just a minute, please. Go ahead.
Objection. The cross-examiner is testifying and argumentative.
All right, overrule. Go ahead. Answer the question.
Can you say it again? The whole?
Yeah. Actually, I can't remember, Jean, if possible.
Cumulative impact under HAR 11202 in part defines impact on environment that results from an incremental impact of an action that added to the past, present, and recently received or future action regardless of what agency or person undertakes such action. Do you recognize that?
No.
You don't?
Not word for word, no.
Did you look at these laws when you were making your cumulative impact representation in the draft EIS or not?
Yes.
This was the draft EIS done pursuant to Hawaii Environmental Policy Act, Chapter 343.
Yes.
You understand that HAR 11-200 are the administrative rules to that act?
I do.
So my question is, did you utilize these rules to represent the impacts contained in the your environmental impact statement?
I did.
But you just said you don't recognize them.
Not word for word, no. I mean, there are things that are written in the law, and then there's the way that people actually implement those regulations and the guidance on how they're implemented. And we have a clear definition or description of cumulative impacts on page 3-207 of Exhibit A3.
I'm asking you about the legal definition, well, maybe I shouldn't say legal, but the general definition contained in 11-200. Is that the definition that you are representing in the EIS?
I'm representing that we complied with HRS 343, HAR 200, or 11-200, and that no one challenged the sufficiency of the environmental impact statement prepared pursuant to those regulations.
So is it your testimony that the TMT must follow Hawaii environmental law and the HARs, the Hawaii administrative rules?
To my knowledge, all activities would not need to comply with those rules and regulations of the state.
Do you think that you keep referring to challenge? By challenge, what are you referring to? It was not challenged.
In the HAR in the regulations, rules and regulations, there is a period after which a final environmental impact statement is accepted by the accepting authority, during which its sufficiency can be challenged.
How do you mean challenged?
I've never personally undertaken a challenge, so I don't know all the ins and outs of how it's done, but I understand it is a legal process that is provided for in the rules and regulations.
So you mean legally challenged?
Yes.
So you mean someone would have to sue the TMT, is that correct? In order to compel your compliance with these rules or non-compliance?
Do not answer.
Objection, argumentative. The witness has already testified that he does not know the procedure.
Sustained. Move on.
Okay. Would you agree that under the definition of cumulative impact under 11-200-2, cumulative impact, that cumulative impact is additive?
Well, as I said, we have a clear sort of overview of cumulative impact on page 3-207 of the final EIS, Exhibit A3.
No, I'm asking you if, that's not really what I asked you. I said if you agree that cumulative impact is...
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Are you going to, did you understand the question?
Yes.
And so you're getting around to explaining what your understanding of additive is?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, let him finish.
A cumulative impact occurs when two or more individual effects taken together are either substantial or they compound and increase other environmental effects. Thus, cumulative impacts can result from an action that is individually limited but cumulatively has considerable effect upon the environment when added to other individual, minor, or collectively significant actions taken place over time. Hence, a cumulative impact would occur when the incremental environmental effects of the project added to other past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future actions result in a substantial, significant impacts. and I believe we use the word incremental there, which is an additive thing.
Okay. So when we look at, criteria. Oh, actually, I think you have it up there. Criteria 4. The proposed land use will not cause substantial adverse impact to the existing natural resources within the surrounding area, community, or region. Is it your testimony that the TMT will not have an substantial adverse impact? Yes or no, please?
Objection. We've already established that this is beyond the scope of this witness's direct, and that he has not qualified to respond to questions about the CDUA.
Sustained. Go ahead.
Oh, I have to ask a question, I think. You sustain that, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that substantial and adverse are the threshold conditions contained in this? Is it your belief?
In what?
The substantial and adverse impact are the threshold impacts.
Contained in this. What's this?
Oh, sorry. In criteria number 4.
Same objection.
Same ruling. Do not answer.
Okay, I have an objection to these objections because I don't really know what that means. So he needs to explain.
He's not qualified to answer the questions relative to these 8 criteria. You heard me say that before, right?
Yes, but he is asserting that there's no cumulative impact, and that is one of the criteria. These criteria must be met for a permit to be issued, and we're trying to get to this point that he's asserting this, and we need to know what he means by it doesn't meet it, that they meet criteria 4, because we think they don't.
Does he say anywhere in his direct testimony or in his written work, the statement, or anywhere, does this person say that that criteria is met? Because if he does, then you have a right to cross-examine on that.
He asserts that the cumulative impact is different from the definitions. That's what we're trying to get to. To show that the definition is substantial adverse, they're saying it's only incremental. So that's why I'm examining on those questions.
Okay.
So I don't think it's outside of his purview, because he's asserting that in his EIS that he wrote.
Oh. Mr. Sanderson.
We would assert that Mr. Hayes has not testified on to the 8 criteria, and that his involvement was limited to the EIS criteria under 343 and 11200.
And I heard Ms. Pichota say that it's in the EIS. Is that true or not true?
I am unaware that it is in the EIS.
All right, let's ask the witness since he's right here. That would be foundation. Have you commented on the 8 criteria in your EIS? You, Mr. Hayes.
I do not believe there's anywhere in the environmental impact statement that we directly address the 8 criteria and state one way or the other if the project is consistent with them.
Have you indirectly commented?
I do not believe so. There is a section of the EIS that
You do
identifies...
not believe so, or you know?
No, it's not in there.
All right, so he hasn't commented, but you're welcome to cross-examine if you have the section in the EIS that refers to it.
Okay, let me start from here. We went to page 8 of the executive summary of the FEIS earlier, right? Do you need that back up? Can we put that back up, Kale? Or do you have it over there? Yeah, thanks. The one that starts with page S8 of the executive summary. Okay, so is that earlier you said that that was a true and correct statement that you would stand by, correct?
Yes.
So in that statement, from a cumulative perspective, the impact of past, present actions on the cultural, archaeological, and historic resources is substantial, significant, and adverse. Do you stand by that?
Yes.
Okay, so going back, I had asked you if you believe that cumulative was additive, and you agreed, right?
Generally, as more projects are developed.
Sir, it's yes or no.
Okay, yes.
And let me say it this way. The threshold here in cumulative impact, would you agree, has been, because it's substantial, significant, and adverse, the threshold has been established by that cumulative impact, the threshold. Substantial, significant, and adverse.
I'm not sure what threshold you're referring to.
Well, if that's what it says the impact is, then that's what the impact is. It's substantial, significant, and adverse to the cultural, archaeological, and historic resources. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the current condition.
So is it your testimony that it could meet the 8 criteria?
Same
Based
objection.
upon adverse and
Sustained.
significant. Okay.
Please move on.
All right. Is it your testimony that that cumulative impact can be mitigated to less than significant? Less than significant.
Is it less than or less than?
Less than.
Thank you.
There is nowhere in the environmental impact statement that indicates the cumulative impact to the resources discussed here, cultural, historic, and archaeological and historic resources will remain. They are significant adverse today without the project, and they will remain significant and adverse with the project.
Okay. And so I don't know how to ask this question. I guess if in fact that is the case, then knowing what the 8 criteria is that you can read, even though you aren't an expert on it apparently, you can read it, and it says adverse, substantial and adverse, correct?
Don't
Objection, same objection.
Same ruling, sustaining the objection.
Okay. Having a hard time.
Sometimes it's not the right witness.
Yeah, well, okay.
So connecting this witness up to the 8 criteria and the interpretation of that, that's where you're having a problem.
That's true. Okay. He does refer to the CDOA in his written direct, and he also addresses that, and the CDOA addresses the 8 criteria.
Yes,
and that's
ma'am,
why I
but
believe
he didn't write the CDUA. He's already testified as to the area or amount of his contribution. So I've ruled it many times already. So if you could please move on to your next question.
Okay. Is it your testimony that the impact is already adverse and significant. So adding more adverse and significant and substantial impact is not going to make a difference to Mauna Kea Summit or the archaeological or historic resources.
Mr. Shinyama, I'm going to allow Mr. Sanderson to make the objection first, and if you wish to say something else, certainly you're able. Go ahead.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Mr. Shinyama, did you need to do anything? Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Pishota.
So what's the objection? I want to respond to it.
Sir, ma'am,
I don't think it was asked and answered. I think that's what he said.
that's what he said, and I ruled that it was.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what, if you wish to make your record of why it's not been asked and answered, please go ahead.
Well, I don't think it's been asked and answered because they're asserting the cumulative impact means this, but they're also saying that it meets the criteria. So
who's they?
The TMT.
He's not TMT.
But he did
he wrote the EIS.
I know, but they're basing it on the EIS and they're basing it on the CDOA comments, of which case he's been party to both of those. I mean, he's the author of the EIS. The EIS is specifically meant to determine impact. That's the whole reason. It's a document to inform. It's not to stop a project. It's just to inform what the impact is so the decision makers can determine and rule properly in an informed way of the impact.
And your objection is noted.
Okay, thank you. Okay. One of the claims in the EIS is that one of the mitigation measures is the TMT is not being placed on the summit of Mauna Kea out of respect for the fact that Native Hawaiians hold that summit sacred. Would you agree? Is that true? That one of the mitigation measures is not placing it on the summit, it's to put it out on the plateau.
Yes, that is true.
Okay. And did you do any analysis on the impacts of placing the TMT on the summit proper?
No.
So you didn't do any environmental assessment or analysis about putting it on the summit?
Well, we have, hold on one moment.
By summit proper, I'm referring to Kuhau'ula.
I'm just checking for something real quick. No, we did not do any analysis for placing the 30-meter telescope on the pu'u. It was specifically it wasn't deemed as an appropriate place for such a facility.
And why wouldn't it be?
Well, I think you said it earlier that the impacts to certain resources would have been greater had the observatory been placed in that location. And therefore, avoiding those impacts by placing the observatory on the 13 North site or in the Northern Plateau in general would have avoided those significant impacts, and therefore it was prudent to do that.
Ms. Pishota?
I'm sorry, I was distracted for a moment.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm getting concerned about the distractions.
Okay. But earlier you answered affirmatively that you didn't choose to place the TMT on the summit out of respect for the Native Hawaiian people's belief. So then it's not correct to say that that was a mitigation measure to release a mitigation measure. You know what I mean?
Objection.
Is that clear?
Go ahead.
I can make it clear.
Objection mischaracterizes the witness's prior testimony argumentative.
Yeah, does it sound like you're arguing with him?
No, I'm actually trying to confirm his statement. If the statement and assertion is that TMT chose not to place it on the summit proper out of respect for Native Hawaiian culture, he is testifying that it was actually not the best place to place it, then it isn't correct that it was out of respect for Hawaiian culture. And therefore, how is that a mitigation?
So you're arguing that it's not a mitigation?
I'm trying to eke out what he means by mitigation, because...
Then you need to ask him that.
Okay. What did you mean by mitigation based upon the respect for the Native Hawaiian culture?
How are the two? It seems an odd.
Because they're saying one of the mitigation measures.
Yeah, you're making a point. You're trying to make a point.
Right.
You're trying to argue it, and that's why I'm going to sustain the objection. Move to your next question.
All right. So what is your understanding of the Native Hawaiian perspective about the summit of Mauna Kea?
My understanding is informed by work on the cultural impact assessment, and my understanding is detailed in section 3.2 of Exhibit A3. That's also informed by information in the CMP and other documents, and found that, hold on a moment. I outline that there are diverse opinions concerning the project's impacts on cultural practices and beliefs. And we outline two general categories, two broad categories, which people have stated as part of our due diligence to generate this environmental impact statement. One is that Hawaiian culture and astronomy can coexist on Mauna Kea, and the other is that any development or disturbance of Mauna Kea by someone other than a native Hawaiian, any development or disturbance of Mauna Kea by someone other than a native Hawaiian following proper protocols is a significant desecration to the spiritual and sacred quality of the mountain and impacts the cultural practices performed on the mountain. So those are the two broad categories that we generally heard from people that participated in the cultural impact assessment and through other outreach activities.
Okay. And okay, I'm going to go back into the FEIS on page 3-36, actually 3-37.
Is that a page number?
Yeah, 3-37, yeah. That's in the final EIS, Exhibit A, what is 3? Did you find that?
I'm on that page.
Okay. Can you read the fourth paragraph, the one right above 3.2.6, and it starts with the project is.
I can read it. The project is not anticipated to result in any substantial or significant adverse effect on the cultural practices of the community or state. Practices and beliefs, after considering compliance with the identified mitigation measures, will be less than significant pursuant to the significance threshold stated in section 3.2.2, which is based on the HRS Chapter 343 significance criteria.
Okay, and can you read also the third paragraph? It's about 5 sentences down, starting in the mid part of that. It says, and implementation. It's the same page.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. So that's in the middle of a sentence.
Yes.
And implementation of the identified mitigation measures and management procedures, the project's potential adverse effect will be incrementally reduced and be less than significant.
Okay. So it's your testimony that here we go back to the threshold. You established that the threshold has been met in this document, correct?
What threshold?
The cumulative impact threshold. Or actually, just say the threshold for adverse and significant impact.
The section that I'm reading from, section 3.2 of Exhibit A3, evaluates the project in the context of the existing conditions. It is not a cumulative impact evaluation.
This isn't?
Section 3.2 is not. It is an evaluation in the context of the existing conditions.
And what does that actually mean? I mean, I don't really know what that means.
The existing conditions include the fact that the entire parcel is a science reserve, that the area is the astronomy precinct, and that there are existing facilities conducting astronomical observations in the summit region.
And, I mean,
Well,
it's still not really.
There's other things. There's visitors to the summit region. There's, I mean, everything that's happening today in the summit region without the project constitute the existing conditions.
Okay, you identify that the project's potential adverse impacts will be incrementally reduced and be less than significant. Now, how do you come to that?
We came to that by evaluating the project's potential impacts relative to the criteria. It's in the quote, it's in the project's impacts are considered to be, let's see, pursuant to the significance thresholds stated in that section, which are based on the HRS Chapter 343 significance criteria.
And so I was reading you, right, the significance criteria earlier.
I don't believe so.
Oh, I wasn't. Sorry, it's too early. Anyways, I want to ask you this question. If the current impact, as you're saying, of all of the area is significant and adverse and substantial right now, does that significance take into account the TMT?
No.
Okay. So let's assign numbers here for a second. If the current impact, cumulative impact on everything on Mauna Kea now is a 1, and then TMT, which keeps being advertised as the world's largest telescope, is 1 also. 1 plus 1 is 2, correct?
Well, 1 plus 1 is 2.
Okay, so therefore, wouldn't the impact also be greater?
Yes, Mr. Sanderson.
Objection, argumentative.
It's a question. I mean, if we take the impact now and we add this other telescope here, wouldn't the impact be greater? Since cumulative, as he answered, is additive.
I guess that's your argument, right?
I'm asking the question, I mean, it needs to make sense to everyone here reading. This is all in English. I'm not, you know what I mean? I don't know how else to do it, Your Honor, because I'm not trying to be argumentative. I definitely am not trying to challenge Mr. Hayes himself on his person, but I'm trying to get to the truth and the clarity of what we're trying to establish here.
Right.
And that's all I'm trying to do, and I don't know how
And you're not going to do it all in one witness.
That's probably true.
That has been my point this morning. So you need to, if you need to make certain points, which appears you have an idea of what points you wish to make, you need to make those points through the appropriate witnesses. And you need to do, if the witness here is testifying within the direct examination and also has the ability to answer your questions, meaning foundation, you still, nevertheless, he's going to answer you, but then your subsequent question, such as you have phrased it, appears to me to be argumentative, but I will allow you to rephrase it so that it is not argument. Okay?
Okay. If the threshold is adverse and significant for everything that is on the mountain now, actually adverse, substantial, and significant, as cumulative impact now, and you add the TMT, you know, won't that then increase the significant impact and adverse and significant impact?
What we've been talking about is section 3.2, which is evaluating the project in the context of the existing environment. If I switch to the cumulative impact section, which is section 3.16, I believe. We evaluate the level of future cumulative impact with the project and other reasonably foreseeable future actions in section 3.16.4. Let's see, and
it is a yes or no question.
I'm getting to the question. I'm getting to the answer. I'm just trying to find the right answer because I don't want to misstate it. But it's stated here on page 3-266 of the final EIS Exhibit A3. Generally, through compliance with the 2000 Master Plan, the CMP the CRMP, and other rules, regulations, and requirements for the project area, the project and other foreseeable actions within the MKSR and Halipahaku would result in a limited incremental increase in the cumulative impact on cultural resources. So we clearly disclose that there will be a limited increase in the impact. However, the impact already exceeds a threshold of significance. And so once you're over that threshold, you're adding a limited increment only.
And that's your opinion, and it's based on the law? You said it was done pursuant to the law. 343, the environmental law.
Yes.
And it's based on the definitions within those laws that pertain to those laws.
But those laws do not suggest that once you have a significant impact, you make it, there's not another threshold that is, I'm now above significant, I'm in significant plus. It's just you're significant or you're not. The impact cumulatively is significant without the project today. It will be significant with the project in the future. If the project is not built in the future and the existing conditions remain, the impact will continue to be significant.
Okay. Well, is it significant and adverse?
That's the same thing, yes.
Is it significant, adverse, and substantial?
Yes, those are all, that phrase together is what they all go together in this discussion.
Okay. No, I'm going to show you another exhibit. It's the UH Exhibit A.009. It's a map.
Sorry, wait.
Yeah. I guess this is an archaeological map.
Can you tell me what this is from again?
Yeah, it's UH Exhibits A.009. Candace, that's it, yeah. Is that from, yeah, sorry. Do I have the page? I can't see it, I'm sorry, my 2-31 page number. 2-4. Okay. Sorry, I can't see it very good. My glasses. Okay, so in this map, it's a historic map. So can you show us the boundaries, with your fingers, sort of, about the historic district? Where the historic district is?
I'm sorry.
Sir, do not answer, please. Let me address the objection first. You need to hold the thing down, the button down.
Objection, lack of foundation. We're unable to locate the page in the exhibit. Doesn't match what we have with the exhibit.
I can't find it either.
Yeah, it's the comprehensive management plan.
So
page 009, point 009.
Just give us a moment so we can try to find it.
Yeah, let me make sure I have my stuff right here. Sorry for trying to find it.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and then
Thank you. Sorry.
please identify the page. So, and I know everyone's trying to be helpful, honestly, but sometimes it's not very helpful when, you know, I know that everyone's coming out to you and then you get distracted. And so I need us to prepare, if you don't mind, any other exhibits that you need to refer to. We need the page numbers so that all of us can follow it.
Yeah.
Okay? Thanks. And the reason I'm doing this is because I don't want you folks to have to make copies.
Yeah.
So those of us who have the ability to go into the exhibits which are in the documents library, we can go right to it. Okay, so I'm trying to reduce the paper.
Yeah.
All right, and cost. All right, so 10-minute break, please.
Thanks.
Contested case hearing for the 30-meter telescope project, a proceeding for the State of Hawaii BLNR's Board of Land and Natural Resources.
You're watching Naleo TV.
Get restarted. And may I ask the witness, Mr. Hayes, to resume the stand? Mr. Hayes? Mr. Hayes, the testimony you're about to give will continue under the oath you took earlier to tell the truth. Do you understand? Thank you. Mr. Pishota.
Okay. This is an exhibit A-11 from the Cultural Resource Management Plan, which is a sub-plan.
So A-11.
Mm-hmm.
And the page number?
Page 2-31 of the Cultural Resource Management Plan. Yeah, the Mauna Kea CMP map of the Mauna Kea Mauna Kea Summit Region Historic District.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was asking if you could show us the outline of the historic district.
On this drawing, the historic district appears to be this dashed dot line that goes around the perimeter of the area.
And in there, can you point out some of the historic find spots? There's the legend over there. So all of the, can I identify that all of the little triangles are historic properties?
Are you asking a question?
Yeah, I mean, can he confirm that the little triangles are historic properties?
When you say can he confirm, there's a legend at the bottom?
Yeah.
With a triangle that says historic properties?
Yes.
So what do you want him to answer?
Just if that's correct. In other words, that's correct.
Objection, lack of foundation, argumentative.
Yeah, did he draw the map? I mean, do you want him to confirm the triangles, or are you?
I guess we can all look at it and see on there that it does. Those are all historic properties.
That's what it looks like to me.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so you stated earlier that you're familiar with the National Environmental Policy Act, correct?
Correct.
And also the National Historic Preservation Act?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do a National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106 consultation with Native Hawaiians for the TMT project?
Objection asked and answered.
No, I am asking the question if he did it. I don't think I answered it for him.
Did you ask it before?
No,
Okay.
I have not asked that question.
I'm going to overrule. Please answer.
No, I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't?
The project is not considered a federal undertaking and does not trigger the National Historic Preservation Act.
Okay. I'm going to put up another exhibit for a second here. The handbook. Okay, now I have to actually lay the foundation for this exhibit. It is the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation.
What is the is there?
I'll get it up and
Hold on a second. Is there an objection?
I'm waiting to. I'm waiting for her to finish, and I will ask for an offer of proof.
Okay, so, sir, if you take a look at the bottom of the microphone, is there a green light?
There is now.
So don't touch it. We're good. No, I had the same microphone. It's a little tricky. So, all right. So you're putting something up in front of the witness.
Uh-huh. And I'm going to try to lay the foundation for this. It is...
Can you direct us to the exhibit that this is?
Yes. No, because it's just a public document, and we didn't have it in... It was only completed in 2011, and we hadn't had it in our previous documents because it wasn't done yet. And so we're just bringing it out here. And
what is it? It's a single page of something.
Yeah, I'll tell you what it is. It is, actually, I can, here. This is what it is. HP stands for Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. It's the national oversight group. Those are appointees by the President of the United States. It is called the Consultation with Native Hawaiian Organizations in the Section 106 Review Process Handbook, dated June 2011. And we have it in as Exhibit B01.
That's all I needed.
AP.
So you're Exhibit B.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, B01AP.
Yes, Mr. Sanderson?
Thanks. Yes. Your Honor, we reassert our request for an offer of proof. This is a document that was written after the completion of the environmental impact statement and refers to a process which the witness has already testified that he did not follow.
So what do you intend this witness to testify about with regard to this document?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You're going to make some kind of point with your questions?
Yeah.
So what point is that?
Actually, it's a line of questions.
Well, the questions have to be designed to lead to a point. What point are you trying to make? That's what the offer of proof is I'm asking you about.
Well, while the document, the handbook, was only recently printed or put out in 2011, the statute has been in existence since 1992. So I'm hoping to explore some of these things because they have not done a Section 106, and that's still a challengeable thing, and that's what I'm trying to explore. Sorry.
Are you making any kind of point with this?
Yes.
Can you sort of tell me what that is?
That Section 106, again, is not a process that stops anything from happening, but it allows consultation for Native Hawaiians regarding the impact on the traditional cultural properties, on the historic district.
So my question, okay, so the objection is this gentleman, the witness, prepared the EIS and FEIS. He also consulted with the preparers for the CDUA. This document that you are offering to ask this witness about appears to have been prepared after the EIS was done. So I'm not sure what your point is. If your point is, well, he should have considered the document, how would he have done that if the document didn't exist?
Well, I can offer proof about the fact that we made requests during in 2009 regarding 106 and other comments that he testifies to regarding view planes and historic district impacts in his direct testimony.
Okay, but that doesn't involve this document.
This document it does involve this document because this is exactly how a federal undertaking is defined through this document.
But the document was created after the EIS was completed.
No, but this is just helps to explain it, but the law's been in existence since 1992.
I'm going to disallow your questioning of this witness on that document, but you may ask him about the other things in 2009.
Okay. I'm going to object to not being allowed to enter this document because it's the handbook for consultation with Native Hawaiians. It's a federal document, and it goes to a whole arrangement of things and rights that were afforded under federal law as well as state law.
Then you better be sure to put it into evidence so that I can consider that when I make my decision.
All right. But there's some things in there that specifically mention Mauna Kea in that document. Then I'd like to offer it as evidence then.
You may offer it when you offer your exhibits.
Okay.
It's your exhibit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But can't I ask him a question about Mauna Kea in there? Because Mauna Kea is written in there. Okay.
This document was done before before the completion of his EIS or not?
This document was done in 2011, and I'm not sure when I think he said it was 2011. Is that right?
So is it before or after the completion of his EIS?
I think it's after, but it's still relevant. Okay.
If it's relevant, you bring it in, but it doesn't. He's not going to answer questions about a document that came in and was completed after he finished his work. So I'm sustaining the objection laid by the university. Your objection is noted. I recommend that you consider offering it as an exhibit when your turn comes, because it sounds like it's important to you. Well, and I would want to read it.
It is, and I do need to read the definitions under the handbook to ask him about federal undertaking.
How can he answer that? Because the handbook wasn't done at the time he... I'm not going to argue with you.
Okay.
I'm just ruling already.
So how should I get in the... well, I'll take it back and I'll ask the question. I know how to ask the question. Okay, I asked you earlier that you were familiar with the National Historic Preservation Act, correct?
You did ask me earlier, yes.
And you affirmed in the affirmative?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to read you the 1992 amendments to the National Historic Preservation Act that require federal agencies. He's doing that again.
I'm sorry, what?
He's looking right there at them.
Who's looking at?
He's looking at them.
Ma'am, you're pointing, but you need to make a record.
I'm just reasserting the problem we had the other day, which is he's looking for how to respond.
I'm trying to help you.
Okay.
When you say he, it could be a lot of he's in this room.
Oh, sorry.
So you need to identify them by name.
The witness is looking at his lawyers and getting instruction, and I object.
Okay, Mr. Sanderson? Oh, I'm sorry, the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Well, Judge, I was looking at the cross-examiner. I wasn't looking at Mr. Hayes. I was looking at her and talking to Mrs. Sanderson. I think that's...
Wait, you were looking at Ms. Peixoto?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, actually, he was looking at him. I saw it right there.
He is the witness looking at what?
He is the witness looking at his counsel over here.
And his counsel just said that he's looking at you.
Okay, I'm just launching my objection.
And it's recorded now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyways, federal agencies, in carrying out Section 106 review process, to consult with Native Hawaiian organizations when a federal undertaking may affect historic properties of traditional, religious, and cultural significance to them. An undertaking, and it's quoted, quote, undertaking, unquote, means a project.
Wait, where is it quoted?
In what I'm reading here.
What is that?
I'm reading the handbook.
The one that I told you that you cannot ask this question,
I know, but
witness about.
Actually, I'm quoting this because this is quoting the 1992 amendments to the National Historic Preservation Act. And I am saying that this is the correct quote from the federal law because it's in the federal handbook.
Okay, Mr. Sanderson?
Yeah, objection, argumentative. If it's quoting from the federal law, the witness should be allowed to read the actual law.
He testified that he is familiar with this law, and I'm assuming it means he's at least read it and knows it, and he's commenting on it.
We don't assume anything. You may ask that question,
okay,
so that you can ascertain that. I'm going to sustain the objection for the moment, but allow you to go ahead and lay foundation.
I'm going to object on those objections because those are trying to instruct the witness on how to answer, and I don't even know what they're called, but that's what I think is happening.
Well, ma'am, I do not share your opinion, but I'm going to ask you to go forward and lay the foundation. You're welcome to go and lay the foundation.
Okay. Have you cited the National Historic Preservation Act in anything that you've done?
Certainly, in work I've done on other projects.
Okay, so that means you've read the National Historic Preservation Act?
I have.
And you testified earlier that the National Preservation, you testified earlier that the TMT is not a federal agency. Is that correct? And that's the rationale for not doing a Section 106?
I stated that Section 106 is not triggered because the TMT project is not a federal undertaking.
Pursuant to the National Historic Preservation Act?
Correct.
Okay. Now can I read this? I'm going to read.
You may ask your next question.
Okay. The 1992 amendments to the National Historic Preservation Act require federal agencies in carrying out Section 106 review to consult with Native Hawaiian organizations An undertaking means a project, activity, or program funded in whole or in part under the direct or indirect jurisdiction of a federal agency, including those carried out by or on behalf of a federal agency, those carried out with federal financial assistance, or those requiring federal permits, license, or approvals. This requirement applies to all undertakings regardless of where they are located. Now, my question is this. You testified that the TMT has not received any federal funding. Is that correct?
Do not answer your objections.
Objection asked and answered. Argumentative.
Okay.
Sustained. Do not answer.
Okay. Keo, can you put up the other? It's Exhibit B01B. It's titled National Science Foundation. And it's it also lists National Science Foundation Award 04439999. And that's for the amount of $18 million awarded and dated September 1st, 2005 to the end date of June 30th, 2012. So that was awarded to the TMT project. Is that correct?
You need to lay the foundation, please.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure how to lay the foundation. I guess I'm asking him if he's aware of that. Was he aware of this document and the $18 million awarded to TMT?
Do you understand the question, sir? Are you aware of that document, which is shown as Exhibit B?
I'm not aware of this document.
Are you aware that TMT has received NSF funds, National Science Foundation funds?
I am aware that the TMT Observatory Corporation received certain funds from the National Science Foundation.
Okay, so in preparing your EIS, did you confer with the National Science Foundation regarding doing Section 106?
I think we covered this yesterday. I said that it is the federal agency's responsibility to determine if Section 106
did you
is
hear the
required.
question that she just asked you? Did you confer?
Oh, no, I did not. Sorry.
Okay, so you didn't talk with anyone at the National Science Foundation regarding these funds and regarding Section 106?
Me personally, no.
Okay. So what I read earlier regarding undertaking, I just want to ask you a couple questions. So if NSF is not the federal undertaking, because it's a federal agency, but TMT was the receiver of those funds, correct? I mean, it says so over there.
Yes.
And would you agree that $18 million is a significant federal funds?
No.
Okay. They're not significant?
The federal government budget is quite large. in the context of that budget, $18 million is not substantial.
Okay. So the TMT project has received federal funds, though, correct? I mean, that's what that says, and we agree?
As I stated, I was aware that the TMT Observatory Corporation was granted funds by the National Science Foundation. However, they were not specific to the TMT project, as you suggest.
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you just said?
The TMT Observatory Corporation received funding from the National Science Foundation. However, those funds were not specific to the TMT project.
And how's that?
I don't know the details of what the funding was used for, but we were informed that it was generally that it was not specific to the project, and it did not constitute a federal undertaking for the project.
You were informed by NSF?
I reviewed a letter written by NSF that said this is not a federal undertaking.
And where is that letter? Is that contained in the EIS?
No, it is not. I believe the letter was written after the EIS was complete, but I don't know the exact date of that letter.
But what I just read you, right, is that the activity or program can be funded in part or in whole, right?
Just a minute, please. Did you finish your question?
Not quite.
Okay, go ahead and finish your question, and then I'll entertain the objection from Mr. Sanderson.
Okay. Under the direct or indirect jurisdiction of a federal agency, including those actions carried out by or on behalf of a federal agency. So what I want to ask you is, if $18 million was given to the TMT, what did the TMT do with that?
Objection, argumentative.
It's not argumentative, but it does seem to lack foundation. I don't know how this witness is going to know that. So if you can establish how he would know that, then go ahead and lay the foundation, and then go forward. Mr. Shinyama, did you want to say something else?
Nothing further. I was just going to object on that.
Thank you.
You're aware that TMT got $18 million of federal funding.
I was aware they had the TMT Observatory Corporation received some amount of funding from NSF. I did not know the exact value.
You said you saw a letter, and that letter said, what again? A letter from NSF.
I saw a letter from NSF that stated their funding of the TMT Observatory Corporation did not constitute an undertaking under Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. And I also saw a letter from ACHP that concurred with that opinion.
And are any of those letters in evidence?
I don't know.
Were they provided in the final EIS as comments from federal agencies?
I'll have to look to confirm. Hold on a moment. No, they were not.
If they weren't included, how would anyone then know that those were the positions of the federal agency, NSF, or TMT?
Do not answer.
Objection. Argumentative lack of
Sustained.
foundation.
Does the TMT have to follow state, county, or federal laws? Is it your understanding?
Sustained.
Okay. I'm not really sure what that means. I didn't ask an answer. I asked him a question.
No, you asked, he answered previously. That's what the objection is.
What was the previous answer? That they have to follow state, county, federal law?
Whatever's in the record.
Okay. Kale, I need my 1 second.
Is it related to this question?
Yes.
Sir, I've trusted you before and you've come up and made entirely different things, so I'm not sure. Oh, yes, sir, I have. So if you're telling me, representing to me, that this is an objection or something about this question, then you may go ahead and approach.
I'm not sure. I don't know if there's a different question before, but I heard...
Sir, I need to have you come to the, so I really want to be sure that you're recorded.
Okay.
I think you want that too.
I'm very much not aware of these previous times I misrepresented myself up here, so that's the first time I heard that, so I'm sorry if I did. What he's saying is that he received letters telling him that it was not as substantial, the $18 million.
What is your objection?
That those letters were not included in his written direct testimony, so how can they be spoken about?
That's a good question. And that is exactly my point. But the questioner is continuing to ask questions about that, so I have to give her leeway, entertain the objections, make the rulings. That's kind of the process we have to follow.
So
but I appreciate your thoughts.
Okay, because he made an assertion that's not in his written directives.
Got it.
I'm going to put one more exhibit up.
Can you identify it, please, so we can look at it?
Yeah, I think it's BO 1.0 or 1.0? O as in not zero, but not Z-O.
Yeah, I know.
B1.
It's B.010.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are comments.
Well, what page is that? I'm sorry, I'm looking at the whole thing.
Page 4. These are comments submitted by myself, Kuching, and Paul Nevis. These are comments to the draft EIS submitted in 2009.
Okay.
These are written comments.
So your question to him first is, has he seen these?
Yes, have you seen those?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Did you answer them?
In the final yes, we provided responses to your letter.
Okay. You see where I'm saying on the TMT draft EIS states that the federal rules, such as the National Environmental Policy Act, and also I would include the Historic Preservation Act, I think it's on the other side, that the project claimed that it did not receive any federal funds and that no federal funds would be used for the project. Is that correct? That's what it's saying over here.
I believe that is correct.
Okay, so in the responses, did you include the NSF letter that informed you that you were not required to follow Section 106? Actually, try to turn the page.
So you wanted to turn to page 5?
Yes, please.
And so what section are you referring to, please?
Actually, I'm trying to look at it. Yeah. Right. I guess what the question I should ask first is, did you respond? Did you respond with those letters from NSF saying that they're not required to follow those? It's not a federal undertaking?
No, the letters were not included in the response.
And you don't know the date of those letters?
I do not recall the date of those letters.
And I think, can you turn to page 6? All right. Oh, sorry. Go back one more, sorry.
To page 5?
5, yes. In page 5, we showed you the NSF award. In fact, it was probably a typo. We identified the award, but we said it was only 13 instead of 18 million. But we did identify that award. So you did know of that award of $18 million when you were responding to our comments?
In the fact that it was included in your comment letter, and we provided a response to that comment. I was aware of it.
That you were aware of it?
I was aware that NSF had provided, as I've said, certain funding to the TMT Observatory Corporation.
Okay, and then can you turn it over to the next page?
So is that page 6?
I think it's page 6. Yeah. Yes. And here again, we made a request to be consulted under the National Historic Preservation Act. Would you agree that that's what that's asking?
Yes, you made that request.
And again, what was your response regarding that request in the EIS to these draft comments in the EIS?
In the final EIS, we provided responses to all substantive comments received on the draft EIS. This is image page 69 of Exhibit A-4, which is volume 2 of the final EIS. And this is
I'm just asking what your general response was.
Okay, my general response, the response to the comment was, the TMT Observatory Corporation has received limited funding from the National Science Foundation for the development of technology that can be used on other telescopes. With respect to construction, operation, or decommissioning of the 30-meter telescope project, no federal agency, including the NSF, has provided or pledged funds for such construction, operation, or decommissioning, nor is TMT required to obtain a permit, license, or other approval from the United States prior to construction or operation of the 30-meter telescope project. Federal funding alone does not trigger an obligation on the part of the United States to comply with the Environmental Policy Act or the National Historic Preservation Act. For example, the United States' obligation to undertake an environmental review under NEPA is triggered only if a major federal action may significantly affect the environment. Similarly, the United States' obligation to comply with the National Historic Preservation Act is triggered only if there is a federal undertaking which is defined as an activity or project carried out under the jurisdiction of a federal agency. The United States' obligation to comply with NEPA and NHPA has not been triggered with respect to this project.
Okay, so my question is this. Did you cite anything from the Historic Preservation Act or the National Environmental Policy Act cited in that document that you just read me? Are there any citations in which we can look to where the law actually says what you said there?
I do not believe I included any citations of, I mean, we cite the National Historic Preservation Act.
Can you put my exhibit back up? Yes, sorry. So you can finish. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, so we cited the national, well, NEPA and NHPA in general, but not specific sections.
You can't point to anywhere in the law where it actually validates what you just said there. In either the National Environmental Policy Act or the National Historic Preservation Act.
Do not answer, please.
Objection, argumentative.
It is argumentative, ma'am. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. So I'm going to object to that.
And why
for
is
the
that?
record. Because he's reading an awful lot of stuff in there, but where does it come from? And I'm just asking him, well, all right, where does that come from? What you just read me, where does it come from? Is that from you as the author? Is that from
Are you going
Carl
to ask
Smith?
him one question at a time, please?
Okay.
So what is your first question?
Where does the citations come from where he's answering our questions in his EIS? Yeah.
Mr. Sanderson?
Objection. The witness just stated that he did not make any specific citations.
Overruled. She's asking him where it came from. Go ahead and answer.
The response to your comment was developed by the team that prepared the environmental impact statement, which I managed.
And who's that team?
It was a group of people at Parsons Brinkerhoff.
Like who?
Well, we worked, there was a group of people. Do you want specific names?
Yeah.
Scott Polzen, Malia Espin, Jan Reichelderfer, who else? Rachel Adams. There were others, but those are some.
Okay, so let me explore this for a moment. You put out the draft EIS. This is the process that we understand. We comment on it. We make citations within it. For example, we also cited the OHA-NASA case. And so my question to you would be, did you review the OHA-NASA case before responding to our comments?
I review the case. What?
Yeah.
I did not review a ruling on a case.
Well, you can confirm that on page 6 we cite the citation and the page number, for example?
Yes.
Okay. Can you confirm on the second question, the State Historic Preservation Office, right there, you see down there, we cite National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106, then parentheses 36 CRF 800, unparentheses.
Yes.
So what I'm asking is, did you go to that, and is that where you found the language to insert into your draft I mean, into the language of your response to us?
No.
So did you look at any law before responding to us?
As I've testified, I'm familiar with the National Historic Preservation Act and the definition of undertaking in that act.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's go back to that definition then. Undertaking basically says that a program that's funded in part or in whole under the direct or indirect jurisdiction of a federal agency, including those carried out on behalf of a federal agency. So wouldn't be getting partial funding, sorry if this is a long question, from the National Science Foundation to the TMT be construed as an undertaking if the undertaking is federal funding in part or in whole?
Can that answer, please?
Objection, argumentative.
Just a minute, please, Mr. Shinyama.
Oh, sorry.
Your Honor, we'd also join in the objection. We also will state that it calls for speculation lacks foundation. The NSF, by law, would be the one who would determine whether or not it is a federal undertaking, not Mr. Hayes.
Your objection is noted. Ms.
I'd like to
Peixoto, your response, please.
Yeah. If in fact the claim is that NSF is a federal agency responsible, or in here the rules say anyone who receives that can be responsible. So either the TMT or the NSF, but somebody needs to take responsibility, and perhaps I need to explore if he thinks TMT should take the responsibility.
And how is he qualified to answer that question?
Well, because he said he's familiar with the National Historic Preservation Act and the National Environmental Policy Act.
And none of those acronyms equal to NSF. And you're asking him a question about NSF and also TMT.
I want to ask him about TMT. You know, he might not be able to answer NSF.
Well, then you go ahead and ask the question
Okay.
this witness can answer for you.
Is it your testimony that TMT is not, has not received federal funds and therefore is not a federal undertaking?
That is correct. The TMT project is not a federal undertaking.
Is it your testimony that the TMT, I think you answered this question actually, you already did, so I'll leave it there. Okay, hold on. So if the National, there again, if the National Science Foundation letter came to the TMT, why did you not respond to our request here with that letter?
It didn't seem necessary.
This is a comment to the draft EIS where we specifically actually say that we believe you are required to do 106 and you didn't think it's necessary to inform that NSF told you you don't have to?
Well, I read you my response previously, and it was clear to us that these federal acts were not triggered.
And so let me ask you again, when you responded, how would we know from your response that NSF said you were not a federal undertaking? How would we know?
Just a minute, there's an objection. Could I ask?
Oh, sorry.
I just object lacks foundation. It hasn't been established that the NSF letter came out at the time Mr. Hayes responded to.
Well, actually, his previous response seems to suggest it was there and they elected not to include it. So I would like more clarification on that. I'm overruling your objection. I'll ask the question. Mr. Hayes, at the time you responded to Ms. Peixoto's and others' inquiries, did you already have the NSF letter?
I do not believe so.
Okay, then I misunderstood your prior testimony. I think you said that you thought you didn't have to include it. So am I misunderstanding what you said earlier?
I think she worded the question differently. We had consulted, or the project had consulted with NSF regarding whether the project was a federal undertaking, and they had informed us that NSF had indicated it was not.
By letter?
No.
So that was verbally?
Yes.
All right. So this, and you don't know the date of the letter that you received?
I did not receive the letter. It is a letter that I have seen. It was addressed to somebody else.
And that came later?
Yes.
All right. So what I think we've established is he didn't have the letter at the time he was responding to you in his report.
Okay, so can he...
Just a minute, Mr. Sanderson. Are you objecting to my question?
No.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you.
Good answer.
We would, just as a matter of clarity, to move the proceeding along, we'd offer to provide the letters, which we believe we can locate in a break.
If you wish to do so, that's fine. I'm not sure how it's going to move this proceeding along, but we do need to move along. It's now clear he did not have the letter at the time he responded to you. Your point is, why didn't you include the letter? He didn't have it.
Well, if he didn't have it, then how can he... Sorry. If he didn't have a letter, then I do not believe he could respond as he did.
Then you may argue that at some point, but not with this witness.
Okay. I just want to ask one more question around this one on this stuff. In your response, well, I think I got that enough. So let me ask you, what is your understanding of the purpose of Section 106, consultation with Native Hawaiians?
The purpose of Section 106 is to gather information from Native Hawaiian organizations related to projects that are federal undertakings.
And they're federal undertakings in a historic district, is that correct?
Federal undertakings can occur in historic districts, but not all of them occur in historic districts. Certainly a very minor percent would occur in historic districts.
But Mauna Kea is a historic district, isn't it?
It is, according to State Historic Preservation Division.
Did the State Historic Preservation Office submit comments regarding the draft EIS also?
I believe they did.
Okay. And can you read those comments?
Where are they, Ms. Pashota?
In A4.
Page?
Well, no, these are the comments to, oh yeah, sorry. Draft comments to.
I just want to be able to follow the exhibit, please. Can you tell me what that is?
A4, Final EIS, Volume 2. And I think I'm asking him to find those, I think.
I have found them.
Okay. So, yeah, actually, they're right up there.
Excuse me?
No, I'm just actually looking up there. Can you read?
Is there a page number?
Well, he should know, I mean, because these are the Historic Preservation Office comments to the draft EIS.
And you're asking him a question about it, so you should know too. Where is the page number?
It's in section 2. I know that. Okay, maybe I have to scratch that question. I'm sorry, I don't have my head together on it, unless you guys have it.
Is that what's being projected right now?
No, it doesn't have the page number, so I should have that together, okay. He has the page? Oh. Do you have the page?
Yes.
Oh, what is it? Do you know?
It's page 23, volume 2 of the final EIS, exhibit A4.
Okay.
Is that 23 of 531?
Correct.
Is that a letter?
It is a letter from the State Historic Preservation, well, it's from DLNR, dated July 31st, 2009.
Thank you. Is that what you want, Ms.
Yes.
Peixoto? Okay. I just want to be sure we're all looking at the same thing.
Yes. Can you read in that section what they said regarding the Mauna Kea Historic District?
Okay, he doesn't have to read that. I see it. Do you need to ask a question?
Yeah.
Well, then ask the question.
Is it fair to say that the Section 106 process is one process whereby Native Hawaiian issues regarding traditional cultural properties can be heard and vetted?
That is fair to say.
Okay. And that it's also a process whereby people can testify as to the impacts to those traditional cultural properties. Is that correct?
There was no Section 106 process performed for the subject TMT project.
That's not what I'm asking.
And the word testify is a very specific term. Typically, there's not a testifying in the Section 106 process.
That wasn't my question. Jean, can you read my question?
The same answer.
I don't know what that, you didn't really answer that question.
Your question was about
Excuse me,
testifying.
don't argue with her, please.
Sorry.
He did answer your question. He said the word testify is a specific meaning.
Okay.
And so then you asked to reread the question. So he responded.
Okay. Then is it your understanding that Section 106 allows people to come forward and share with you about the impacts that the project will have on traditional cultural properties?
The appropriate term is that they can consult.
Okay.
And they consult a federal agency.
That they can consult.
Yes.
And is it true that Native Hawaiian organizations, which are not the same as individuals, can also consult?
Yes.
And when you say consult, let me understand, what do you mean that they can share how the project will impact them?
Yes.
Okay. And do you also understand that the 106 process is a process whereby people can communicate both the tangible and intangible impacts of their cultural or religious practices?
Just a minute, please.
Just object to this entire line of questioning as being irrelevant and immaterial. Mr. Hayes has already testified that a Section 106 process was not required. If Ms. Pishota or anyone else has someone who can testify that it does, then they can ask them those questions.
So, Mr. Shinyama, let me ask you about this process, the one that we're undertaking right now. Is it your expectation that every party will be able to object to every question?
I think that is appropriate, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Pishota. Respond to his objection.
I'm trying to gather what he understands about the process and if he understands kind of the spirit of the process, if I may say so. I mean, this is a process that is recognized.
But he's already answered the question a few times already.
Okay, I can ask him differently without referencing 106 if you like.
It's just we can't be repetitive about our questions and answers.
Just trying to get somewhere, but I can also do that. Is it your understanding that the environmental impact statement is, well, actually, I can't actually ask that. Let me ask you this. Actually, I think I'm done with that, and I'll move on. Okay. Going to your written direct at page 17. You talk about the views from the northern ridge of Kukahau'ula. And your statement was, those views are already dominated by views of the observatories. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you remember when we went on a site visit in 2011 and we stood near the Subaru site, looking out?
We'll let you finish the question first.
Okay. Looking out and facing Haleakala? That's my question.
Objection, lack of foundation refers to a site visit in a contested case that has been avoided by the Supreme Court.
I think it's a foundational question for her question.
Yes.
So you may answer the question. Do you recall that site visit?
Yes, I recall the site visit.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. And from where we were standing, we had an unobstructed view of Haleakala from that point, correct?
Which point?
Where we were standing on the day of the site visit in 2011.
Could you please establish, were you standing next to him? Were you all standing together? I'm not clear myself.
Okay, we were all standing.
No, you need to ask him the question.
Okay. Do you remember we were all standing together right by the driveway into the Subaru?
Yes.
Okay. And we were going there to look at the red balloon. So that's where we chose to stand, at the red balloon. And that while we were standing there, there was actually an unobstructed view of Haleakala from that vantage point. Is that correct?
I believe it was a very cloudy day that day. I don't remember having an unobstructed view Haleakala on that particular day.
Okay. All right. Can we put up the view planes? And this is Exhibit B01T.
Just a minute, please. And that's, may I ask, Mr. Sanderson is rising to object.
Yes, we object. We'd like an offer of proof.
Where do you intend to go with this exhibit?
Oh, this exhibit shows the view planes from, that are important to myself and others that were interviewed for the making of this map.
So what is this witness expected to testify about?
He's testifying about view planes and where, how Native Hawaiians' view planes are impacted or not impacted, and I want to ask him some questions about these are our view planes. These are the view planes, some of the view planes that are important to us. So that's why I'm putting that map up.
So what's he going to testify about?
How he deduced the statement that, a number of his statements in his testimony, like that our view planes won't be obstructed.
Okay, so I'm going to allow you to lay that foundation first.
Okay.
And then you may ask the specific question. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll do my best. Yeah. So anyways, this is I was still laying the foundation about what this exhibit was. It's Exhibit B1T. It is a map that shows some significant view planes and their relationship to within the historic district, the relationship to Kukaha'ula, the various traditional cultural properties and some of the ahus in there, and the directions. Yeah, so.
You know, I apologize, but I can't seem to find B.01T in my documents. Is it?
No, everything was uploaded except for one of them.
Am I the only one that doesn't have it? Wouldn't be unusual. Yeah, Mr. Sanderson?
No, we do not have the exhibit.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Where's my? Yeah. Oh.
I just want to follow it, that's all.
Oh, okay.
All
This
right,
exhibit
so
comes from our
are you
past-
making a representation to me that you submitted B.01T to the documents library for uploading?
Yes.
And you did that on this past Saturday?
Yes.
And so,
Saturday or Sunday.
so
yeah.
that was October
I know.
23 or 24? On the 23rd?
Yeah.
And is this a one page or is that the whole exhibit?
No, that's just it's one page.
Okay, the exhibit itself is one page? I understand. Okay, so I'm going to accept your representation, and since we have the advantage of being able to project it, we'll be able to follow. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Sanderson?
Could we get a copy?
Well, nobody has a copy, so I'm allowing us to move forward based on what's being projected, and I'm accepting the representation of Ms. Pishota that it will be uploaded at some point. So please go forward.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm going to follow the wall. Why not? Thank you for providing hard copies for some folks. Okay, you may ask your question, Ms. Pichota.
Okay, thank you. Now, you can see that the dotted line out here is that historic district.
Can we start by asking this witness if he knows what that is?
Oh, yeah. Have you seen this before? Do you know what this map is, and have you seen it before?
I saw this map during the 2011 contested case.
Okay. Now, I'll set the. You see the dotted line around? That shows the historic district, correct? The dotted line, yeah.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And this map shows sort of Mauka to Makai and Makai Mauka view planes. Those arrows going outward is our view outward. And then there's some, they're a little hard to see, but there's some arrows coming inward also that show views from not only sea level, but other islands as well. You see
I'm sorry, Mr. Sanderson?
Objection, Your Honor. The cross-examiner is testifying.
I think she's laying the foundation, but I have to acknowledge that, I mean, my eyes aren't the greatest, but I don't see the inward pointing arrows.
Yeah, okay, that's why.
And maybe I'll see it in a hard copy. Oh, it's okay, Ms. Pichota. I just wanted to acknowledge that I personally can't see it. So go ahead.
Basically, the question is, my first question is, did you take these traditional view planes into consideration in your, for your testimony and the additions to your testimony that you made regarding view planes?
The visual impact assessment in the environmental impact statement includes an assessment of the visual impacts from viewpoints within the summit region. So we also read all of the comments received on the draft EIS and considered if there were specific viewpoints identified. In this drawing that's provided here is Exhibit B01T. All of the arrows that are radiating outward emanate from the summit, and as I've testified, the TMT observatory will not be visible from the summit of Kūkāhula.
Okay, I see your misunderstanding. So, but you understand, right, that the view planes are not only looked at from the summit, but they're important. Like, for example, you see up there, it talks about view planes to Maui. And so there's arrows showing the radiation of those view planes out there to Maui.
It shows them radiating from the summit.
I know, but we don't always just look from the summit, right? We look in other points.
Yeah, now you're arguing with the witness.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to, let me ask you this. Did you analyze the view planes looking at Maui from where we were standing at the Subaru site?
We analyzed view planes from the northern ridge of Kūkāhula, not specifically that exact location. We have a figure 13. Oh, hold on a moment. Let me make sure I get the figure number correct. It was figure 13 in my direct written testimony, I believe. Yes, figure 13 in my direct written testimony that provides a simulation of the TMT observatory with an aluminum-like surface from near Keck Observatory viewing northwest.
Now, so figure 13, where are you standing for figure 13 exactly?
As it indicates, it's near the Keck Observatory viewing northwest.
Okay. Well, how high, like near the Keck? Is it up at the level of Keck or is it down below?
Generally on the same level as the observatory.
So where we were standing, remember we were talking about where we were standing in 2011, weren't we standing in front of the Subaru?
At a similar elevation, but next to the Subaru Observatory.
Okay, and near the road, right? Level?
Yes.
Okay, would you agree that from this, from that side of Kukahau'ula, right, is the view plane to Haleakala?
That is one direction you can look.
Right. So you know that number of cultural practitioners have testified to the importance of that view plane?
I don't know that there was.
The question is, do you know?
Yeah, not specifically, no.
You know that I testified to that, right? In 2011, as did Mr. Nevis.
Are you leading to a question of this witness?
I'm asking him if he remembers our testimony in the 2011 stating that the views to Haleakala are important views.
And
does he remember?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I think that is the foundational question. I'll allow you to answer that, but the follow-up question had better be relevant material to this issue. So do you remember Ms. Peixoto testifying?
I was not present when she testified.
So you remember Ms.
No.
Peixoto testifying?
No.
So you can't ask him the next question.
Okay. Would you agree that these view planes are related to the Northern Plateau?
That.
Vague and ambiguous.
Yeah.
Did you understand the question, sir?
No.
Could you repeat the question or rephrase
Okay.
it?
Trying to get there. You testified that the views from the northern ridge of Kukahau'ula are already dominated by the view of observatories. Now, wouldn't you agree that this is the northern and northwestern view? And
This
it's not dominated?
Yeah, this view
by
is to the
observatories?
northwest.
Okay.
This view is towards the northwest.
Yeah, but it's not dominated by observatories. That's a simulation, correct?
The statement in my direct testimony is that the views, not a single view, but the views from that location are dominated by the existing observatories.
Would you agree that that is a blanket statement and it depends on where you might be standing?
Yes, it depends on which direction you're looking and where you are standing.
Okay. So earlier we were standing this direction at the Subaru site. Remember, I was asking that question.
Yes.
So this is actually a view from the Keck.
Correct.
And at what elevation was that you're standing on?
You want like a specific number?
Well, I think I'm trying to find out where by the Keck observatories are you standing to take this picture?
Behind on the opposite side from the front door, I think.
So you're actually at the height of the Keck observatory?
Yes.
And not by the road?
No.
Okay.
And the road is nearby, but
Right. But it's below.
we're not standing on the road.
Right. Where we were
You
standing.
can see the road in the photograph down
Yes.
here.
But I just can't tell how high you are. So when we were looking before, in the 2011 site visit, we were over by the Subaru, pretty much very close to the road, maybe no more than 6 or 10 feet above the road. Do you remember that?
Which road are you referring to?
The back access road. There's only one over there.
Oh, well, there's the driveway to Subaru, or there's the road, the loop road.
Well, we were kind of by the driveway. I said that earlier.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So in looking in that direction and the red balloon went up, didn't the red balloon go in the frame of view where Maui is, Haleakala is? Do you remember that?
In 2011, during the site visit, it was quite a windy day, and I believe the red balloon didn't go up very high at all.
Okay. I think the red balloon went up. Sorry, I don't know how to deal with that.
I guess your own testimony would probably be the most helpful.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you need from this witness?
Yeah, I'm trying to get through view planes here. Okay. Do you understand that when, let me ask you this. Did you interview any of the practitioners, at least the ones in the Mauna Kea Hui, who are represented here except for Paul Nevis, to do your view plane analysis?
We sent copies of the environmental impact statement preparation.
Sir, the question is, did you interview any of them?
Interview in person?
Yeah.
We spoke at public meetings.
Did you ask any of us what view planes were important to us?
I don't recall specific questions, but at our public meetings, we certainly requested input concerning the methods to be used to evaluate the impacts disclosed in the EIS.
Okay, I need to put up another exhibit, although it's almost like lunchtime. Do I need to stop?
Yes, and I'm considering imposing time limits on all witnesses because we have blown a considerable amount of time with the exhibit information. It really requires preparation. I need to ask you to please prepare for your exhibits, get everything ready so that we're not wasting time on that.
Well,
no, I'm asking you before I impose the time limits on everybody.
We're really doing our best, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
I'm asking you because we've now been 3 hours this morning. So I believe a considerable amount of that time was sort of wasteful. So I'm please asking you to prepare the exhibits, the references. I think you get the routine of what we need to make sure we have a record and that we're all clear on what we're asking, what we're talking about. I just try to understand the case. So if you would please do that, we would take a recess at this time and resume at 1 o'clock. I'm sorry, Mr. Louis Kwan?
So, Judge Amano, in light of the pace of the testimony and the witnesses, we would like to take Dr. Hassinger out of order and have him actually testify today so he may go.
Before the resumption of cross-examination?
Yes, please. Before we resume cross-examination. Otherwise, it appears that it's going to extend quite a bit longer.
And that's the problem when we waste time, because there's nobody that can plan anything.
So we've actually had Dr. Hassinger is a very simple, direct written testimony. There's only 3 exhibits, very simple. We've had them out there, the list out there since last week for Dr. Hassinger, and we don't anticipate that take very long. And this will give the petitioners more time to review their documents and to organize their cross-examination.
I'm
Wait,
going to go,
Mr. King.
just a minute. I'm going to go in order. So we'll get everyone's opinion before we break for lunch. TIO, any objection to taking Dr. Hassinger immediately after lunch? And Mauna Kea, Anainaho, let's go to Ms. Ward first. Any objections?
Yes.
What are your
Honor,
objections?
Your Honor, I believe that the current witness has taken a lot of time not answering questions that
That
were
is not
actually
true,
posed.
Ms. Ward. I've been here all morning, and I have made a record of what I believe has been somewhat wasteful. I've requested that that be corrected so that we don't have to impose time limitations. So I'm not going to accept that representation as a reason not to allow Dr. Hassinger to speak. Any other objections?
Yes, my other objection is that we're not fully prepared for that because we are in the middle of another cross-examination.
Okay, Ms. Peixoto?
Well, yeah, I'd like to finish my cross-exam, and I actually disagree with the fact, I mean, I'm going to object to the over-litigiousness of this because we're trying our very best. We're not trying to be argumentative. And quite frankly, I really want to speak to that argumentative thing. Kapua Aloha requires us, we're not here, we're not lawyers, and we're not trying to impeach anybody individually, but we're trying to get the information out that we need to defend our case. And
have you heard me say numerous times that you can get the information sometimes from other places, that there's a process to do that?
Yes, but for example,
so you have heard me say that?
I do, but I don't really understand all of these objections, and I don't really feel properly qualified to defend myself against objections that I don't understand.
And I don't blame you, and it's the lurch that your lawyer left you in. So I apologize that you're having to represent yourself. You did say to me that you are able and understand what your obligations are going forward. So you've made your objections noted. Perhaps you can consult with Ms. Aluli as to what argumentative means and asked and answered means, but there are reasons for the objections. It's so that we can move forward. That's the design.
So if we make objections and they're in our own languaging, are you gonna let those in? I mean, like, I don't know what lax foundation means. I'm assuming it means I haven't laid a foundation. I mean, is there a handbook where we can look at to see what objections mean and don't mean? Because
I think I suggested that perhaps you can talk to Ms. Aluli over the recess, but right now I need to find out what everybody else thinks about allowing this next witness to be taken at 1 o'clock.
My objection, though, Your Honor, is it's a people's process. And we don't have to be lawyers to participate in this process. And therefore, if we're having struggle here, then I would like to say, I would like it more in the spirit of what a contested case hearing is about. It's just trying to get the information for the BLNR so they can make an informed decision. We're not trying to knock people out. We're not trying to be hostile. We're not trying to do any of those things. We're trying to be in kapua aloha. And by the way, it is makahiki for us. So we're trying to be in this right space, and we don't know how to be outside that. We're not lawyers.
I understand. Mr. Ching? Objections as to taking Dr. Hassinger out of order?
Clarence Ching, I do object, and the reason is that Mr. Kalani Flores, for instance, hasn't been here all week except for today, and I believe he won't be here tomorrow, so somewhere in here, some accommodation must be made for him so that he doesn't miss being able to cross-examine this witness.
Mr. Flores?
On behalf of the Flores case, Ohana, we object to in moving this witness out of order. For one, we still haven't finished with Mr. Hayes, and we're trying to interject another witness into this. And I dispute what the council, UH council has said, there ain't going to be no simple matter. It's not going to be so simple in and out, as we have seen. No witness has come here left in the same day. They've come back more than one day. So I don't believe that this witness will be here just in and out, as we've seen. So I believe that we should finish and complete Mr. Hayes' testimony as much as we can today and continue on with Mr. Hayes, and we'll see when the next witness approaches and when that's available in time. Thank you.
Ms. Aluli?
Your Honor, I was going to speak against the insertion of Dr. Hessinger for the reason, and recognizing that I come from Oahu and I'm a lawyer, but my other co-counsel, Mr. Kayama, is going to be changing out with me, and so I'm trying to get ready. I'm hoping that I will be able to, because I sat through Mr. White and I sat through Mr. Hayes, and they've got a CDU, the only two people that have the CDU-A application down as the exhibit to which they're supposed to testify, and that's what we're here about. So I'm kind of concerned, recognizing that's my own dilemma. So I think it's just better if we go with the order. I'm sorry to Dr. Hessinger. I know he's been here for a number of days. I thought he lived on this island, but I think the order, as much as possible. I mean, I know we were trying to accommodate Dr. Sanders. It's just one of those things. It's hard on folks who are working and coming here.
May I ask your opinion on the imposition of time limits with regard to cross-examination?
That's a struggle. I did bring a book called Objections at Trial, and it's in alphabetical order, and it's my favorite thing, and I'm going to leave it. I hate to say it after all these years, but I'll leave it. I've, whipped it around. I appreciate what Ms. Peixoto had to say about the desire to stay in a non-confrontational, adversarial demeanor. I mean, every morning that's what they pulley outside about, which, we could all benefit from that, outside the courtroom door once in a while. So.
Well, Ms. Aluli, I've given a lot of leeway.
Yes, I understand that.
And I'm just concerned about the waste time for the exhibits. I'm not talking about the questions, objections. I've explained numerous times about foundation. I've tried to explain in simple language what has to happen, what's fair in terms of asking particular witnesses. So I don't know what else I can do to ask people to be prepared with the exhibits. That's the waste of time that is unnecessary.
I know, Judge, we're bringing up one more woman, an associate of mine, to come and help, so that there's not just one of us, there's two. And I know that the exhibits, we could get them lined up in advance. I understand.
Well, my point is that we're all trying to cooperate. That's how I feel. And
right. That we could make it move more quickly would be that we should get these exhibits
just
ready.
Identify them, because you folks are going to deal with the record, not me.
Yes. I understand that.
And you're going to be looking through transcripts and trying to find, hey, I remember when someone put this up on the wall.
And our notes. I'm writing every single reference to an exhibit, page number, all of that.
But you're not going to have a transcript that will support your argument unless we identify it at the time. So anyway, I'm trying to do my best, but I appreciate your comments and certainly will consider them. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Judge.
Mr. Fergerstrom?
I also object. I think Ms. Peixoto needs to carry on with her cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kihoy?
I also object for the same reason as Mr. Ferguson and Kalani Flores. And I understand that, while witnesses do have to travel to be here today, so do the other parties. I travel from Kona. I have to make arrangements for my daughter who's in school. I have to take time off of work to be here. And, that comes at my own expense. I would believe that Mr. Hassinger's expense for his accommodations comes from the university.
I know that a lot of people are making sacrifices to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ashida?
No objections, Your Honor. I think that the request is reasonable. I've been involved in a lot of trials in my career. It's not unusual for parties to ask for witnesses to be taken out of order if good cause is shown. I'm not objecting because there may be a time in this hearing that I may need to ask.
Well, that is a very good point, because that's my thinking already. If we don't allow this, I'm not allowing it for anybody.
And Your Honor has not asked me, but if you were to ask about the time limitations, I've been involved in, like I said, many trials, many criminal trials where due process is at a heightened level. Court has routinely imposed time restrictions. I think it actually aids the process in allowing people to focus on exactly the important aspects of their of what they're seeking to do. So based on that, I have no objection.
I agree with you. I've thought about it for the last couple of days. I've really tried not to do that because there are many lay people here, and I'm trying to give leeway, but it's getting to the point of being unfair to other people, and so that's why I'm thinking about it, but I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Ms. Lightholm?
Lena Alice Lightholm. I object on the basis of what Mr. Flores said, Kealoha Pishoda, and I object to what Mr. Ashida just said, because we're not in a criminal trial. I mean, this is a contested case hearing. It's supposed to be set up for the community to participate. And personally, I represent myself, so I might have to stand here and reword a question so that it's correct and it conveys the information that I'm trying to get across to a witness. That might take a little bit more time. And I really am not apologetic for that, because I'm still learning too with a lot of other people here. And I think that Kealoha too should be able to finish her line of questioning. If it was me up here, I might be thrown off and lose my train of thought when they come back here. And that's all I have to say. Mahalo.
Thank you. Mr. Sinkin?
Yes, Your Honor. I was a little disturbed by the position you took that if you didn't allow it this time, you wouldn't allow it at all. I think all parties may have problems having witnesses available at the time they want to start.
Yep.
I would think that could be done on a case-by-case basis as to whether it's appropriate or not to substitute a witness.
Well, I certainly don't want to be arbitrary, and that would be a concern. So I'm trying to set up a process that everyone can rely on.
And I also want to add that I'm not sure how limited Mr. Hassinger is really going to be in terms of the time needed to cross-examine him. I'm looking forward to that with the greatest of anticipatory delight, actually. But that's my observation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sinkin. Mr. Kanaile?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your helping us unprofessional people do what we're doing. I'd just like to remind that we're dealing with professionals, and they're very good at it. And we're older now, and we're not as much, we don't use hate to fuel us anymore, because it's a lot of love and aloha. So it's kind of, we'd just like you to take that in consideration, that a lot of us here, are from the public, and we're not publicly funded like a lot of our opposition. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kanaile. Mr. Vicente?
My name is Dwight Vicente. I'm going to object on a couple of reasons. One being that I received the hard copies late in the game, where everybody else received their electronic rather than hard copies, thanks to the UH. And the other one is that I noticed that one of the problems is you made a ruling early on about not having the kingdom brought into the situation, or into this situation. By doing so, you're leaving out the third stooge. We're dealing with the Northwest Ordinance and the U.S. Constitution, which is limited to those jurisdictions. By applying that to this kingdom's jurisdiction, it causes a big problem. I think you should vacate that rule and allow the kingdom to be in. Thank you.
That would solve all the problems. Mr. Kealoha?
I definitely object. I'm wondering why this motion wasn't brought up yesterday or before the current witness.
I think we're all optimistic that this would proceed a little bit more efficiently.
And I don't think we should suffer for the optimism that I didn't have. I'm respectfully, sorry, respectfully. And then,
well, I'm here under duress and coercion, so.
Well, I mean, you make the schedule, so there's a little less duress and coercion. I mean,
So I think I have to remain optimistic because of that.
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate that. And I'm still remaining optimistic, too. We sit through and we wait our turn.
Yes.
And if my witnesses have already been marginalized because the schedule was too late for them and they just went out. So, like, if their witness can't make it, I have to suffer the same consequence that they might have to suffer. What else? And that's a level playing field. Now I feel like we're giving them an advantage that I didn't have. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but are some of these witnesses getting paid to be here? Just like some of these lawyers and representatives are being paid to be here?
I don't think that's an issue right now.
It's a big issue because I'm not getting paid to be here. For me, it's a huge issue, and I sit through it.
All right, fair enough.
Sorry, I have a little less. I just want to recognize these things. And I heard the other gentleman bring up some stipulations that how it works in court. This is a contested hearing. It was meant to not be like the court because it's supposed to facilitate the common person to be able to do what we're doing now. And I don't know what the standard. I know it's frustrating. I know that it might accommodate a couple parties to move at another pace and not accommodate a lot more parties. I think would disadvantage us if we went ahead and and for me, just changing my mindset because I'm ready for a cross-examination and then putting that on the side is going to disadvantage my cross-examination in the future because I'm not going to be in the fresh frame of mind of like what we just talked about in the last couple of days. And I hope that gets taken into consideration. I believe this accommodates the permit and the TMT and not, it's not a level playing field to accommodate those who are against it. I think it's disingenuous when the witness has the form in front of him, like was example just a little while ago, and like we sat there for how long before he said he had it right in front of him? I don't know if you remember that. But
I was here.
Sorry. Well, I don't know if I remember it correctly, I should say. So I just want to say thank you, and that's my
Thank you,
objection.
Mr. Kealoha. And Ms. Freitas?
Aloha, Cindy Freitas. I object to this. It throws my whole mentality off, my thinking. It shifts me right into out of the ballpark right now, if this should ever happen. And I took a lot of time to study and look at documents, especially the CDUA. And I don't think that's right for us who are learning the process. To shift us like that, it's hard for me. And then as well as everybody else, Kealoha, Uncle Flores, and everybody else, I agree with that. And then another one, my husband just left to work. Can I proxy him?
I was going to ask if you thought he might feel the same way.
He does. Okay. Objection for William Freitas too.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Louis Kwan.
So, Judge, for the record, last week Thursday, I actually pointed out that Dr. Hassinger is leaving for Europe. He's leaving for Germany. And I know that both he and Chad Kalepa Babayan will both be unavailable starting next week. Mr. Babayan is going to be reunited with the Hokulea, I believe, at the Panama Canal. He's going to be leaving. He's going to be gone for the entire month and longer. Dr. Hassinger will be on an extended leave as well, so they're both unavailable. I noted last week that I would want to take them out of order, and I've, again, looking at the pace of how we're moving with the witnesses, I understand what the parties are saying, and I agree that in administrative hearings, you know, we are a little looser, we are a little more flexible, and that's the way these usually are carried out. And it's correct, this is not a court proceedings, and I think the allowances should be made on a case-by-case basis.
Would you, when is Dr. Hassinger scheduled to leave?
Gunther, your departure date?
I think I heard him say he could be available tomorrow.
What's your departure date? Friday.
Okay, and I appreciate your request, Mr. Louis Kwan. I think we've heard from everyone. And at this time, with respect, I'm going to deny your request to break the cross, and we're going to go forward. But I'm going to repeat my request to everyone that they must be prepared, and I am seriously considering putting a time limit on everyone in terms of cross. So because honestly, and I will say that I am going to also expect that persons offering witnesses direct the witnesses to listen to the questions and answer them, and that certainly will help our efficiency as well. So I'm sorry. We'll try to finish today on this and start with Dr. Hassinger tomorrow.
Okay,
if you're finished with him today, or with Mr. Hayes today, we'll go straight to Dr. Hassinger and go to 4 o'clock as expected.
We'll make the request tomorrow again for both Dr. Hassinger and Mr. Babayan.
All right, thank
you, Judge.
All right. Mr. Ching, is this important? Did we take up before lunch break?
I'll be fast. Clarence Ching. I think that it would be disingenuous of us to think that probably the two most important witnesses of this whole hearing.
Mr. Ching, I already ruled.
Thank you.
Thank you. Recess 1 hour, resume 1:30.
Contested case hearing for the 30-meter telescope project, a proceeding for the State of Hawaii BLNR's Board of Land and Natural Resources.
You're watching Naleo TV.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I'd like to resume the afternoon session. The witness, Mr. Hayes, Jim Hayes, is on the witness stand. And, sir, I remind you again that you're under the oath you took earlier to tell the truth. You understand and agree?
I do.
All right. And Ms. Pashota, ready with your continued cross?
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay. I did think a little bit over the noon recess, and I just want to say this, if it will be helpful. The reason argument with the witness is sort of objectionable is because, for the reasons that are obvious, it's not necessary to argue with the witness, but mostly because trying to change a witness's mind is not the essential point of cross-examination. It's
Yes.
what I have to know and the facts that I accept, because their opinion is their opinion. So trying to change it or argue with them is kind of not material or important. So that's why we're trying to stay to the facts, and I know you have points to make, everyone has points to make. You really want to evaluate what's the best way to get my points to the hearing officer and into the record to get the outcome that we think would deserve. So that's where we're going. Okay.
Actually, that's helpful about the argumentative. I get that.
Yeah, because there are many other witnesses coming, and I know you folks will be testifying as well. Sometimes you're going to be the best person to make that point. Okay?
Yes.
All right.
I
So
see.
please continue.
Okay. Okay, we're back on the record, right?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So, is one of the...
Oh, pardon me, one more thing, a final thing, and I do need to make an apology because it was pointed out to me that your document B.01T as in Tom was in fact uploaded on the 23rd of October. Okay. So it's somewhere in the, because it's out of order, I missed it. So I apologize to everyone, but it is uploaded into our documents library. Mr. Kane has done a fantastic job keeping up with everything as much as he can.
Yeah, thank you. Very good.
Thank you, everybody. We really appreciate, he really appreciates.
Thank you.
All right. So please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay. Is one of the first steps when you issue an EIS to issue what's known as a prep notice?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you issue that prep notice and you receive responses for consultation, who usually answers that?
During the prep notice review period, people can submit their input on the process. And that input is reviewed. With this process, there was open opportunity for interested parties to leave us messages or have meetings. So that was always an opportunity.
And so that can mean individuals also can make those requests, is that, or you?
Sure, anyone. During the EIS process, we had, I believe, an email address people could send requests to. We had a phone hotline that people could call into that we monitored. We had a website where people could leave comments and request meetings. So those were all in place during the development of the EIS.
Okay. And then can we put up our EIS comments?
You're going to have to turn that on.
The projector right by you?
Oh, sorry. And I don't know how to do that.
Okay, don't touch it. I'm like that too. Yeah.
It takes a little time to warm up.
Yeah, it is. Oh, because it's blowing on you.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything on the wall.
It's warming up.
Oh.
I would have turned it on. I didn't know how.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Okay, so these are our draft EIS comments that we submitted discussing our concerns about view planes. And
this again is it A3? No.
This is A4.
A4. And
A4.
looks like page 14, is that accurate?
This is page 14 of their letter.
Of my of our group letter to the draft comments to the EIS.
Go ahead, continue.
And there we discussed our concern about including not only the Mauka to Makai, which is from the mountain to the sea, but also the Makai Mauka view planes, which are from the sea looking up. And so I guess my question is, did you interview or consult with any of us who are listed on this list, which would be Paul Nevis, myself, and Ku Ching regarding these comments?
We did not interview you specifically about these comments, but there were opportunities to have meetings.
Did you ask us to, or?
As I described earlier, there was always opportunity through various avenues, and we did meet with certain individuals that left us phone messages and sent us emails.
Okay. On page 8 of your written direct testimony, you list distances from cultural practices areas, which is figure 2 on page 8 of your written direct testimony.
Yes?
And did you consult with any of the practitioners that you're aware of, like, for example, any of us, to deduce these things? All of these view plane analysis here?
The locations illustrated on this figure 2 of my written direct testimony that are identified as areas of cultural practice were identified through consultation with the State Historic Preservation Division, as well as reviewing interviews from the Cultural Impact Assessment and other avenues such as reviewing other work done related to cultural practices on Mauna Kea.
And how did you decide where to exactly stand to make that analysis?
Make what analysis?
The view plane analysis. Well, okay, let me see. On page 8, the very first paragraph under the graphic, can you read that? Just that first paragraph, please.
The TMT Observatory will not interfere with views of the sunset, or first it says sunrise, then sunset, the shadow of Mauna Kea, or the Southern Cross constellation from any of the identified viewpoints. Furthermore, the TMT Observatory will not interfere with views of these events or resources unless the observer is located in close proximity to the observatory structure.
Okay. So again, I guess, can we put up the view of the Southern Cross?
Is that from an exhibit?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot the number. B01W.
Okay. And is that a single page exhibit? Okay, very good.
Yeah, it's kind of upside down.
I'm trying to.
The other way? Yeah. So, just for reference, that's the Gemini telescope from before. Can you identify, I know you're not an astronomer, but if you can identify it, do you know where the Southern Cross is in this image?
No.
Okay. Well, I need a laser pointer. It's at 11 o'clock right there. Right next to the Gemini, a little bit more. Okay, right in there is the top. Yeah, there's those 4 stars there. Did you analyze that image there from that position on the summit?
I don't know where that position is.
Okay. When you say that it won't interfere with the sunset, you went to all of these places, and we're assuming that these places are just as you've marked them, that from those places you went there and you analyzed it at sunrise and sunset?
I physically went to these places at various times. However, analyzing whether it's based on the angles of where the sun rises and sun sets from those vantage points.
And did you analyze them at night during the rising or setting of the stars?
I did not physically go to these locations at night.
And is it your testimony that practitioners always stand in only these places that you list on your list, in your graphic?
No.
Is it possible that there are other places that Native Hawaiian practitioners may be viewing the sky?
It is possible.
Okay, I think I'm done with my questions.
Really?
Well, I mean...
You know, I'm an optimist.
All right, I'm trying to hurry, though, so I don't want everyone being dinged because I took too long.
You need to take time to make your points, but we need to be efficient in getting there.
Okay. One last thing. Can we put this one back up, please?
And is that exhibit B.01T?
T, yes.
Okay.
I think he has it. Jim, do you have it up there? Oh, okay, sorry. Oh,
returned it.
I thought it was still up there. Is it your testimony that well, how do I say that? You did not consult with any practitioners regarding the view planes, for example, of Mauna Kea to Maui, or Kauai, or...
Can you ask it one at a time, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
So
Okay.
first to
for
Maui?
Maui first, yeah.
The project during the preparation of the environmental impact statement included a cultural impact assessment that interviewed certain cultural practitioners and community members, including yourself, and we reviewed those interview transcripts to identify locations where views could be important.
But my question was specifically relating to the Maui view planes. Did you interview?
No, we did not ask, as far as I know, no one asked a question, is there an important view to Maui? Well, there was a general question of what is an important cultural practice.
Or the view planes to other heiau on Kauai?
No, same answer.
or for the rising of Wakea or the constellation of Orion?
Same answer.
Did you interview any practitioners regarding the North and South, North Star and Southern Cross?
No, same answer.
I think I am done on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Flores?
So on behalf of the Flores case Ohana, my name is E. Kalani Flores, and I'd like to present our cross-examined questions to our witness today. Aloha, Mr. Hayes.
Aloha.
And I'm going to expedite this process and work us through this as such. Thank you. Mr. Hazen, who contracted PB Americas Inc.'s services for the TMT EIS?
The TMT Observatory Corporation.
And who paid for PB Americas Inc.'s services for the TMT EIS?
The TMT Observatory Corporation.
Okay, thank you. Can you please describe your specific role as project manager of the EIS for the TMT project?
My role was to oversee that the team of individuals and sub-consultants that were tasked to perform the various analysis, conducted those analyses appropriately and completely to comply with the regulations that were applicable.
So it's fair to say you were the overall coordinator of information that was coming into the EIS?
Objection, Your Honor. These questions have been asked and answered by prior cross-examiners.
Okay, I'm going to allow this because I think you're trying to get to a point. Is
Yes.
that true? Okay.
And I'm going
to give some leeway. Okay. Go ahead. It has been asked and answered, but I think you're trying to get someplace, so I'm going to allow it.
I reviewed the testimony that was previously given. I think it was established he was a project manager, but nowhere in the testimony did I hear or see that his specific role in the project itself, I mean in the EIS, was ever discussed or asked at that time.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead and answer, please, if you're able.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you author certain sections of the EIS for this project?
Yes.
And which sections?
The sections that I did specifically myself probably included the hazardous materials section. Also, I have to look at the table of contents.
Sure.
Also, geology, well, no, we had a geology sub-consultant. Water resources and wastewater was something I worked on specifically. Roadways and traffic, noise. Those were probably the ones that I was the principal, actual, original author of.
Okay, thank you. Who was the author of the sections having to do with cultural resources?
The which section?
The section that pertains to natural and cultural resources.
There's a section 3.2 called Cultural Practices and Beliefs, and there's another section about biological resources. Which one are you referring to?
The first one regarding
cultural resources and practice, cultural practices and beliefs.
Yes.
That was a group effort that was informed by the cultural impact assessment performed for the project, as well as other documents that are referenced in that section.
Okay. And in regards to the biological section?
The biological section was a section that was created by the Department of Environmental Protection. It was a group effort that was informed by the cultural impact assessment performed for the project, as well as other documents that are referenced in that section.
Okay. And in regards to the biological section?
The biological section, again, was a group effort. Greg Brenner, I believe is his name, at Pacific Analytics was a sub-consultant to conduct research related to wake-you bugs and other arthropods in the Summit region as part of the preparation of this environmental impact statement.
Okay. I'm going to actually go back to the first section regarding cultural practices. Who were in a group? When you say group effort, who were the parties involved in that authoring of that section?
Would have been myself and others at Parsons Brinkerhoff.
And we see others. Do you know who the others are?
By name, Malia Espin, Jan Reichelderfer, Rachel Adams, similar to the names I mentioned previously.
Okay, thank you. And next question is regarding you also stated that in your written direct testimony, as well as previously testified, that you assisted with the preparation of the CDA for the TMT project. Were you still with PB Americas Inc. when you were working on the CDA?
I was.
And so were you the only individual from PB Americas Inc. that's working on the CDA?
I don't recall. As I mentioned earlier, my role in the preparation of the CDA was limited to assisting with information from the final EIS.
Okay. Do you know which sections of the CDA provided information from the EIS?
The sections that reference the EIS, I don't know exactly which sections those are.
Okay. I'll move on with the next question then. So I'm going to take a look at reference your written direct testimony, page 4, table 1. And just to give a reference, so we're looking at the written direct testimony of James T. Hayes, page 4, table 1. Heading is existing observatory visual and aesthetic attributes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who created table 1 in your written direct testimony?
I did.
Where was the information obtained from to create table 1?
It comes from a wide variety of sources. The second column, 2000 master plan siting area, comes from the 2000 master plan. The third column regarding ground elevation comes from topographic maps provided by the University of Hawaii. The dome height comes from reviewing various documents regarding the individual observatories. The dome color came from observations that we made. And the view shed, the final column, is from a GIS analysis performed by Parsons Brinkerhoff.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the column under dome color. When you say we made observations, who are you referring to as we?
Myself and other people at Parsons Brinkerhoff.
And was that done as part of the EIS, or was it done after the EIS?
It was done as part of the EIS.
Okay. Is this table 1 in the FEIS? Sorry, repeat the question. Is table 1 in the FEIS?
It may be, but it won't be titled table 1.
Okay, if it's not without the exact table title 1, is this particular table or the information within this table included in the FEIS?
I'm checking. It appears, let's see, table 3-6 on page 3-81 of exhibit A3. I'm going to turn to that page. What page did I say? 3-81. That's the same table from that page in the environmental impact statement.
Okay. Is this table also in the CDA?
I don't know.
Okay. So I'm going to go to a particular section of the column on the dome colors that's listed in Table 1. What dome colors are listed in Table 1 for the record?
Well, there's metallic, white, aluminum. Those are the three
colors. Thank you.
Yes.
What's the difference in the dome colors of metallic and aluminum?
The IRTF is listed as being aluminum, and Subaru and CSO are listed as metallic. I think it has to do with sort of the reflectivity of the surface.
Okay.
It's discernibly different, so we use different terms.
So what is the dome color of the proposed TMT observatory?
We say it specifically in here. We call it an aluminum-like finish.
So based upon that table, which observatories are listed as aluminum?
Based on the table, I said earlier that the IRTF is listed as aluminum, and so is the Gemini.
Okay. So can I direct your attention to your written direct testimony, page 20, under the bullet color.
Page 20?
Yes, 20. The first bullet on that page entitled Color.
What about it?
Okay. So looking at the second sentence of that, under the bullet, I'm going to read that sentence and ask you a question regarding that. It states, quote, "The coating of the dome enclosure will be an aluminum-like coating, similar to that used on the Subaru Observatory." Is that what's written as such?
That is.
However, if you go back to your table 1, it states that the Subaru Observatory is colored metallic. So is that statement true or false then?
Well, aluminum-like could be metallic. It's a slight change in terms.
But earlier you just stated that there was a difference between metallic and aluminum, and you defined 3 different colors in your table. So I guess I'm going to go back to the question. In your table 1, under Subaru, what's the dome color of Subaru?
Metallic.
So I'm going back to page 20 of your written direct testimony. Why is it stated that the Subaru Observatory has an aluminum-like coloring versus a metallic coloring?
Well, I think aluminum-like is different than saying aluminum, and perhaps we're thinking aluminum-like is metallic. I'm sorry if we misuse the term.
Okay, because I'm going to continue on as such. Okay, so when we say we, who came up with this statement here in your written direct testimony, which is also in the CDA, that states that it's aluminum-like coloring that's similar to the Subaru Observatory dome?
Who came up with the saying?
Yeah, who came up with this statement, which is being stated as fact, as such?
Well, it's in my written direct testimony, so it's
Yes.
me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to continue on. In your written direct testimony, page 9, table 2, So on page 9, table 2, under the heading of Summary of TMT Observatory Silhouette Analysis. Is that what's in your testimony on page 9?
It is.
Who created table 2?
A similar table also appears in the final EIS, and it was created by our team at Parsons Brinkerhoff.
Okay, and so the table 2 that's in your written direct testimony was created by someone else, but you put it in your...
It was created by the team that produced the final EIS.
Okay, thank you. Where was the information obtained from to create table 2?
As I explained in my written direct testimony, we being the Parsons Brinkerhoff team, did a silhouette analysis and a viewshed analysis using GIS tools, and that is the source of the information in this table.
Okay. When was table 2 created?
It was created, I believe, before the draft EIS was published.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to reconfirm this. Table 2 in the FEIS?
A similar table.
Okay. Is table 2 in the CDUA?
I don't know.
Okay. So if we take a look at table 2, excuse me, if we take a look at exhibit A3, which is the FEIS, page 3-89.
I have it here.
Okay, and table 3-10. Is that what's presented
that is
in
the similar table
in FES? Yeah. So in comparison to table 3-10 in the FEIS, Exhibit A3, compared to your table 2 in your written direct testimony on page 9, what columns were excluded from table 2?
Comparing the two, there are 2 additional columns in table 3-10 of Exhibit A3. One of those columns is titled, "Is the TMT visible?" And the other one is titled, "Visible in primary view."
So why is table 2 as presented in your written direct testimony drastically different from table 3-10 in the FEIS?
I would not refer to it as drastically different.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Why were certain columns excluded from table 2 in your written direct testimony as compared to what it was presented as table 3-10 in the FEIS?
In my written direct testimony, this table appears under the heading of silhouette analysis, and all the information discussed in table 2 of my written direct testimony is relative to the silhouette analysis only.
Okay, so looking at your table 2, under the heading of visible in the silhouette, there are 3 columns listed as no, partial, and full. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a look at line 18 of that table 2 in your written direct testimony. Line 18, identified as the north ridge of Kukaha'ula, an X is marked in the column no in response to the heading visible in the silhouette. Is that what's presented in your table 2? Yes. So is this statement correct?
Yes.
So I'm rephrasing the question. On the north ridge of Kukaha'ula, the silhouette of the proposed TMT observatory is not visible.
But you can see the observatory, but it is not in a silhouette. There's never a point in time where the sun will appear behind it or in front of it from that viewpoint. There will always be landform behind the observatory from that viewpoint.
So let me get a clarity. So when you say visible and silhouette, exactly what do you mean by visible and a silhouette?
Can I show an example?
Sure. And if you can identify your example.
This is figure 3 from sorry, I gotta find the right thing. Let me change that. It's figure 3-11 of exhibit A3. This is a simulation of the TMT observatory with an aluminum-like finish and binocular view from Waimea. Now, in a situation like this, I'm pointing to the Canada-France telescope, and you can see the outline of the observatory against the sky.
Yes.
It's that outline against the sky that is a silhouette. Looking at the TMT's observatory simulation, there's only a portion of the observatory dome that appears above the horizon of the land.
So with that identified in that column there, then that would be a partial and silhouette, would you say?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any observatories on that figure that you're presenting that are not visible in silhouette form?
In this figure that I'm showing now, figure 3-11 from the EIS, they are all at least partially visible in silhouette form.
Okay, thank you. So let's take a look at your written direct testimony, page 16.
So, if you don't mind, could I interject a question? Thank you. So the table that you presented that shows that the silhouette was not visible, where you say no,
Yes.
is wrong.
No, it is correct.
So I'm hearing you just say that there's a partial visibility. I thought you just said that.
I said there's a partial visibility on this, but from viewpoint 18, the north ridge of Kukuhaula, the TMT observatory will not be in silhouette.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead, Mr. Flores.
Okay, so if we take a look at your written direct testimony, page 16, figure 13. Figure 13 has the caption of simulation of the TMT observatory with an aluminum-like finish from near Keck Observatory viewing northwest. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Where is the Keck Observatory located on Kukuhaula?
It is located on the northern ridge.
Okay, so if we're standing on, so in this picture that's taken and it's presented as figure 13, your written direct testimony on page 16, are we on the northern ridge of Pu'ukahaula? Is the question.
Yes.
So looking at the picture of the observatory, is that not a silhouette of the observatory on Kukuhaula from the northern ridge?
Looking at this photograph and the simulation of the observatory, if the clouds weren't there, there would be landform, land of the Big Island, visible in the background.
Okay, but if we go back to your earlier example of a partial silhouette, and looking at figure 13 from the north, excuse me, and looking at figure 13 from the north ridge of Kukuhaula, which we're looking at, and which is already established by you, is this not a partial silhouette?
It is not.
Why is it not a partial silhouette?
because without the clouds there, behind the observatory, you would see parts of Waimea probably. You would see other landforms. It would not be blue sky.
Okay, so let me ask another additional question. With the clouds there, is this not a partial silhouette?
Some people could interpret it that way.
But I'm asking you, your interpretation. Looking
No.
at in your figure 13 in your direct testimony on page 16, with the clouds as situated as that, and with the base of the land as we see it, and with the TMT observatory as is positioned, is there a partial silhouette from the north ridge of Kukaha'ula?
No.
Okay.
So if I could ask a clarifying question here, your definition of silhouette is only if there's a backdrop of the sky?
Correct.
Got it.
But isn't the clouds part of the sky that we see there?
Well,
it is argumentative, but I'll allow the witness to answer. Go ahead.
the clouds are in the atmosphere.
Okay.
So that doesn't fall within your definition of silhouette, is what
No,
we're
there's not
asking.
blue. There would not be blue sky behind the observatory from this viewpoint.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to move on to my next set of questions as such. I would like you to take a look at Figure 2, page 8 in your written direct testimony.
Excuse me, what was the number?
Oh, sorry, Figure 2, page 8 in your written direct testimony. The figure is entitled Distances from Cultural Practice Areas to Proposed TMT Observatory. Is that correct as stated?
Yes.
Who created Figure 2?
I don't know. I reviewed it, but I don't know the individual that created it.
How? So is it someone within your firm that created it, or did you get it off the internet, or where did you get this document, this figure from?
It was provided to me by the TMT Observatory Corporation, and I reviewed it and checked all the information that's on the figure.
Okay. When was Figure 2 created?
I don't know.
When did you receive Figure 2?
A couple months ago, maybe.
Did you receive Figure 2 before you wrote your written direct testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
And then were you asked by TMT Corporation to include Figure 2 within your written direct testimony?
It seemed like a good figure to use. I don't know that I was asked to include it, but I included it because it had good information.
Who it's previously established to your answers that TMT Corporation provided this figure to you. So at what point in time did you decide to put it in your written direct testimony?
As I was preparing my written direct testimony.
Okay, thank you. Based upon this Figure 2, would the proposed TMT observatory be visible from Pu'u Poliahu?
It would.
Based upon Figure 2, would the proposed TMT observatory be visible from Pu'u Pohaku?
It would.
Based upon this Figure 2, would the proposed TMT observatory be visible from Pu'u Kukaha'ula?
No.
So you're saying that
it wouldn't be visible from Pu'u Wekiu is what the figure says. Excuse me.
Right. Okay, so let me clarify that. So based upon the figure, it's stated that it's not visible from Pu'u Wekiu, right?
Correct.
But looking at this figure, would the TMT observatory be visible from Pu'ukaha'ula?
As we've discussed, it will be visible from the north ridge of Pu'ukaha'ula.
Okay, thank you. Why doesn't this figure N show that?
It's shown in other, it's in the drawing, it's in the table. This figure just didn't, this figure calls out specific locations. It just doesn't happen to call out that one.
Okay. So in figure 2, under the name of Pu'ukaha'ula, it's identified SIHP number 21438. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What is that what does SIHP number 21438 refer to?
It's a number that was put with that feature and is from the State Historic Preservation Division. I can't remember state inventory of historic places or something like that. I can't remember exactly what the acronym stands for.
Thank you. So is it also referring to that historic property which is considered a traditional cultural property?
It's considered a historic property.
Yes. So since the entire Pu'ukaha'ula is identified with this SIHP number 21438, why has the view analysis been limited to only one spot on this pu'u?
Well, the blue line clearly emanates from Pu'uwekiu, the summit, as shown.
Okay, I'm gonna move on with questioning on this. So, how were the cultural practice areas determined in this figure?
The cultural practice areas were determined by, as I've discussed before, reviewing information in the cultural impact assessment prepared for the project, other cultural documents that are referenced in the document.
Okay. And so, as previously testified, you did not consult, or actually, I should restate the question. Did you consult with cultural practitioners associated with Mauna Kea to determine where cultural practice areas are?
During the cultural impact assessment process, there were a number of cultural practitioners interviewed.
Okay. I'm going to the next set of questions. Page 11 of your written direct testimony. Looking at figure 4 on page 11, figure 4's heading states simulation of the TMT observatory, aluminum-like finish, binocular view from Waimea with no snow. Is that stated as correct? Is that correctly stated?
Yes.
Okay. Please explain how the photo simulation was created in figure 4.
Simulation was created from a photograph that was taken in the Waimea area. Then the GIS analysis that we had done, I'm not a GIS professional, so I don't know the appropriate terms to use, but the contours of the land are in the GIS program as a layer, and then the design of the TMT observatory is also in the GIS program as a layer, and it is processed with the image taken to create the simulation.
Who created this photo simulation in figure 4?
Part of the Parsons Brinkerhoff team.
Were you part of that same team?
I was overseeing that team.
Thank you. Is figure 4 on page 11 of your written direct testimony the same as figure 7.5, page 710 of the CDUA?
I don't know.
Do you have a copy of the CDUA with you?
No.
Okay, then I'm going to move on to the next part then. Is figure 4 on page 11 of your written direct testimony the same as figure 3-11 on page 3-92 of the FEIS?
It is.
Taking a look at page 12 of your written direct testimony, figure 7, entitled Simulation of TMT Observatory, Aluminum-like finish, binocular view from Waimea with snow. Is this correctly stated?
Yes.
Was this photo simulation created in the same way as figure 4?
It was.
And was this photo simulation created by the same individuals as figure 4?
Yes.
Is figure 7 on page 12 of your written direct testimony the same as figure 3-14 on page 3-94 of the FEIS, exhibit A3?
Yes.
So in comparing these two figures, which we've established that's in FEIS, as well as in your written direct testimony as figure 4 and figure 7, why do the simulations of the TMT observatory with an aluminum-like finish differ in the reflective nature in both of these figures?
Differ in their reflective nature?
Let me rephrase that question then. So in comparing figures 4 and 7 in your written direct testimony, why do the simulations of the TMT observatory with an aluminum-like finish differ in the reflective nature?
The simulations were created based on some knowledge of the time of day that the photos were taken. So in this one, you can see that the Subaru Observatory looks one way, similar to the way the TMT Observatory looks.
And that is on which figure again, for the record?
This is figure 4 of my written direct testimony. And on figure 7, you'll see that the Subaru Observatory also appears differently than it did in the figure 4. And so the simulation of the TMT was made to sort of take into account the direction of the sun when the photo was taken.
Okay, so looking at that figure 7, and from the left-hand side of figure 7, you already identified, can you re-identify the first observatory on the ridge there? It's white.
First from which direction?
And on the left-hand side of the figure.
Here.
Yes.
I believe that's the Canada, France.
And are you able to identify the observatory right next to it? The second from the left. Yes.
I believe that's the Gemini.
So is it fair to say that the simulation in figure 7, based upon the sun direction, the sun reflection, that the TMT observatory is similar in reflection with the Gemini that's on that figure 7?
It appears similar.
Okay, let's go back to figure 7 then. Assuming this is figure 7. Let's go back to figure 4. So in figure 4, in your written direct testimony, can you identify the observatory to the far left on the ridge?
Canada, France.
Can you identify the observatory next to it?
Gemini.
Okay. So based upon figure 7, shouldn't the TMT observatory reflective nature be more similar to Gemini at this time of day?
Again, it depends on the time of day. This is a simulation.
Okay. So based upon the simulation, based upon this simulation in figure 4, what is a TMT observatory color and reflective nature more similar to? And which observatory? Let me withdraw that question. Let me rephrase the question. Based upon figure 4 in your written direct testimony, looking at the TMT observatory, which color is a TMT dome color is more closely associated with in this figure?
In that figure, in my mind, it's sort of halfway between Gemini and Subaru.
Can you point out the Subaru observatory in this figure? Yes. And for the record, it's the one on the ridge to the far right. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So looking at the reflective nature of this observatory in your photo simulation in figure 4 and this in your written direct testimony, what is the reflective nature? Which observatory is it more closely similar to?
I think I just said it appears to be somewhere between the Gemini and the Subaru.
What is the shape of the TMT observatory as noted on figure 4?
It's a dome.
Okay. What is the shape of the Subaru observatory as noted in your figure 4?
I don't know how to describe that shape exactly. It's sort of, I don't know, what is it?
Cylinder?
Cylinder, I guess, yeah, okay.
What is the shape of the Gemini's dome in your figure 4?
It's a dome.
So the shape of the observatories, wouldn't the TMT observatory dome be more closely similar to the Gemini dome?
Well, it's a similar shape. As it's said in the table, the Gemini dome has an aluminum finish. The TMT will have an aluminum-like finish. So it's kind of between the two, I think, as it appears here. But again, this is a simulation.
Right. So going back to what you just stated, does a Gemini dome have an aluminum-like finish?
In the table, it says it has an aluminum finish.
Okay. And what type of finish, once again, does the Subaru have?
It was called metallic in the table.
Okay, thank you. Going on to page 20 of your written direct testimony. It's stated under bullet titled color, the third sentence in that paragraph. It says, in general, an aluminum-like coating reflects the morning sunrise and the evening sunset light and stands out during those periods. Is that correct?
Yes.
How is that determined?
That was determined based on observations of the existing observatories and input from the community.
And so when you say observations, is observations by yourself? Or, let me go back. When you say based upon observations, who did those observations?
People from my team at Parsons Brinkerhoff, and again, the community had input that they were most visible during those.
In your PB Americas Inc., did those
it was the same people I named earlier.
Could you repeat their names just for the record?
Myself, Malia Espin, and Jan Reichelderfer.
So have you actually observed this firsthand as stated as such?
Yes.
And at what viewpoints have you seen this from?
Primarily Waimea.
Okay. Have you seen this when you've been on the summit?
I'm not on the summit at sunset or sunrise.
Okay, so just for the record, you've seen this from Waimea. How many different times did you see this from Waimea?
I don't know, a number.
Okay.
More than one.
And you have never seen this from any other viewpoints other than Waimea?
I didn't say that, but I said primarily Waimea. I think maybe also kind of Kona Coast area.
Okay. The next part of this, continue with that same sentence, the second half of that sentence, it states, however, during most of the day, the coating reflects the sky and reduces the visibility of the observatory. How was that determined?
The same way again, through observations of the existing observatories and input from the community.
Have you actually seen the sky reflect off one of the existing observatories?
Well, the observatories that are aluminum or aluminum-like or metallic certainly don't, they reflect what's around them.
But have you actually seen that?
Yes.
And which observatory have you seen the sky being reflected off the dome?
Well, I think you can see it in these simulations that the Subaru and the Gemini sometimes appear that way.
However, when you look at the simulations, for example, the Gemini, don't you instead see a glare off the sun from the dome instead of the reflection of the sky?
At times.
And
primarily sunset and sunrise.
And what times were those?
Primarily sunset and sunrise.
So I'm going to back to, have you actually, so which observers, let me rephrase. So have you seen the sky reflect off the Gemini dome during certain times of the day?
Yes.
And what times of the days were those?
It's primarily midday.
And what about the rest of the day?
It's like it's stated here, as you get closer to sunset and sunrise, they appear differently, but during the midday, they reflect the sky better.
Is there an actual photo in the FEIS that's not a photo simulation that demonstrates the sky being reflected with this coating?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay. Is there a photo in the FEIS that's not a photo simulation that actually demonstrates the sky being reflected with this coating?
No.
Okay. Is there a photo in the CDA that's not a photo simulation that demonstrates the sky being reflected with this coating?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to take a look at in figure 5.1, page 5-5, exhibit A55. And I know you may not have a copy of it, so I'm going to have a copy and post it up there. So once again, it's exhibit A-55, figure 5.1 at page 5-5. Exhibit A-55 is the final report of Archaeological Inventory Survey of the Astronomy Precinct in the Mauna Kea Science Reserve. So in your FEIS was a visual impact analysis done from the viewpoints of any of the historic properties that's within the vicinity of the proposed TMT site?
It was done from Pu'upoliahu, and it was done from the summit of, from the north ridge of Kukahau'ula, which is a historic property.
So looking at this figure here, the triangles that are in the astronomy precinct near the TMT proposed site. Were any visual impact analysis done from any of these sites out there in regards to the TMT observatory?
Not that were identified as a specific viewpoint.
Okay, thank you. Why wasn't a visual analysis done from any of these viewpoints of these historic properties?
We did the one from the main areas that have been identified during the cultural impact assessment as being the locations where cultural activities may occur, cultural practices may take place. Those were Kukahau'ula and Pu'upoliahu. And that was what seemed appropriate based on the input that we'd received.
Okay, so in the same context, in the FEIS, Exhibit A5, Volume 3, Appendices, which was completed in May 8th of 2010. It includes Appendix G, Archaeological Inventory Survey, Mauna Kea Summit Area. Is that correct? And that would be page G1.
I don't have a printout of that up here with me, but I do have a list of the appendices. Appendix G is the Archaeological Inventory Survey, Mauna Kea Summit Area.
And in Appendix G includes Archaeological Inventory Survey for the 30-meter telescope, TMT, Observatory Project, Mauna Kea, Kaohe, Ahupua'a, Hamakua District, Hawaii Island, TMK 34-4-015-009 portion. Is that what's in Appendix G?
That sounds correct. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. To your knowledge, was this survey prepared for PB Americas, Inc.?
Yes.
Was this survey prepared by Hal Hammett, PhD, of Cultural Surveys, Hawaii?
Yes.
To your knowledge, is this survey dated as April 2010?
I guess that would be the final version of that report, yes.
So were conclusions in the FEIS, were conclusions in the FEIS based upon information from this archaeological inventory survey?
From that survey, among others.
What others and archaeological inventory surveys were used as part of your FEIS?
There's Appendix H, which was an assessment at Halepahaku, and Appendix I, which was an archaeological inventory survey for the astronomy precinct in the Mauna Kea Science Reserve.
Okay. And what sections of the FEIS was information from these surveys utilized?
I believe it would have been utilized in Section 3.2, related to the cultural beliefs and practices, and Section 3.3, the archaeological resources, primarily 3.3, the archaeological resources.
I'm going to reference in Exhibit A 66. It's an exhibit that was entered in by the University of Hawaii. And I'm just going to make reference to it. This Exhibit A 66 is a letter dated January 27, 2011, to Mr. David Schindler, Principal Investigator of Cultural Surveys Hawaii, Inc. And it was written by Teresa K. Dolham, Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer of the Historic Preservation Division.
And that's D-O-N-H-A-M.
And her name is spelled T-H-E-R-E-S-A, K initial. Last name spelled D-O-N-H-A-M. D-O-N as in Nancy, H-O-M. In this letter, the subject matter is Chapter 6E-8 Historic Preservation Review, Revised Archaeological Inventory Survey Report, 30-meter telescope project, Ka'ohe, Ahupua'a, Hamakua District, Island of Hawaii, TMK 34-4-15009 portion. So in contrary to what you just stated, that this was a final report that was in your FEIS, in this letter it states that, quote, the second draft, in quotation, in parentheses, Hammett, April 2010, addressed the comments in our initial review letter regarding sections 1.1, 3.2, and 5.1, semicolon. However, it did not adequately address our comments regarding section 5.2, mitigation recommendations. So based upon this letter, it states that the document, Archaeological Inventory Survey, Appendix G, in Exhibit A5, was a second draft. And I guess going to ask, is that correct or not?
Please hold on. Go ahead, Mr.
Objection, lack of foundation. We ask that the witness be able to review the exhibit that is being discussed.
I'm sorry, lack of foundation.
Lack of foundation. And we ask that the witness be able to review the exhibit that is being discussed.
Do you have a copy of the exhibit? You're talking about the letter?
Yes.
Okay, and does the witness have Exhibit A66 in front of him?
No.
Okay.
And by any chance, do we have a hard copy? Or we don't need a hard copy. I'm trying to get away from that if we can.
Can we have an electronic copy?
It's okay
On the
with me
computer?
if you're okay with that. Okay, thank you, Ms. Ward. And the record should reflect that Ms. Ward has handed the witness a gadget, the electronic gadget that I hope shows Exhibit 66. Do you have that, sir?
I have something that is a letter. I don't know that it's that exhibit, but
Is it dated January 27, 2011?
I can't see the date.
It's on the body of the letter on the top.
I really don't know how to use Apple computers, so I don't know how to scroll around on here.
Okay, don't touch any buttons.
I'm used to a touch screen, so I don't know how to navigate.
Your Honor?
Yes.
May we provide the exhibit with an actual copy?
If that's okay with you?
Yes.
All right. We can give him a hard copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
They have a hard copy.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ms. Ward.
Thanks.
You have two. Okay, so, sir, you now have Exhibit 66, A66?
I do.
All right. Please continue, Mr. Flores.
Okay. So, let's we take a look at this letter, and we go down to second sentence. It starts off with the submittal represents the third draft of the subject report, and it was received in our office, Hilo office, January 19, 2011. Is that correctly stated in that letter?
Yes.
So, based upon that, the document in your FEIS, Volume 3, Exhibit A5, Appendix G, which is in a document referring to as previously referenced, the Archaeological Inventory Survey for the 30-meter telescope TMT Observatory Project, dated as April 2010. In actuality, is a draft document.
Yes.
So based upon the understanding that it was a draft document and then the actual inventory survey of this report wasn't finalized until January 2011, is it fair to say that you guys didn't have the actual final copy to review for the FEIS?
We did not have a copy that had been approved by the State Historic Preservation Division, but they were in the process of reviewing it, and no additional historic properties were identified from the time of the report that's in.
Sir, I don't know if you heard the question, but I'm going to ask Mr. Flores to repeat it, and then perhaps you can answer it directly. So if you don't mind, Mr. Flores.
Can I ask the court reporter to repeat the question, please, for us?
Starting from, is it fair to say?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that you guys didn't have the actual final copy to review for the fact?
It's fair.
It's also fair to say that perhaps there was some information that was in the final report that was not in the draft report of April 2010.
There were undoubtedly some revisions to the report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I'm going to make a reference to your written direct testimony on page 1 in your footnote. In the footnote on page 1, you state, as part of my work preparing the EIS and the CDA, I reviewed, among other things, the documents that were submitted as exhibits. Is that part of that statement correct?
Yes.
And then you go on to list several different exhibits. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you also list exhibit A-48 in your list?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask a few questions regarding exhibit A-48, which has to do with the Mauna Kea Science Reserve Master Plan. But before I do that, I would like to just note for the record, Your Honor, that that exhibit A-48 that was submitted by the University of Hawaii's one of their exhibits is in fact not a true copy of the original document. There are pages that have been inserted into that document, including the first 8 pages. What's missing from the document is the cover page, and throughout the document are inserted green pages within the document. So I just want to state for the record that to the best of my knowledge, and I also downloaded a copy of the Office of Mauna Kea Management site, that the copy of A48 that's presented by the University of Hawaii is not a true copy, and that I in fact do have a actual copy, hard copy of this document.
Okay, and may I ask, I'm not sure why, but I seem to be missing A48, and I have A47, A49. Is it just me? I'm not touching any buttons. Oh. I just wanted to be sure.
Because we're all on it.
Yeah, we're off the record just for the comment. Hold on a second. Thank you. I'm sorry I created a ruckus. So we're back on the record. Mr. Sanderson?
Your Honor, we have identified Exhibit A48, and Mr. Flores is correct that there are some pages that are here green, and we will fix that as our error, and we will immediately fix that and redistribute.
So the pages that are, there are pages inserted unintentionally, or I'm not sure what needs to be fixed.
It appears to be a copying error where the text can be seen underneath the green, so it's an error. So that's what it is.
And so as previously mentioned, there's green inserts that's inserted into this document, which is not really a part of the original document.
Okay.
Also, there's about the first 8 pages under visions, voices and visions of Mauna Kea, that is not part of the original document. That's also a part of the Exhibit A48. And it's also missing the cover page for A48.
Okay, so the way so are you challenging the authenticity? Because
So with that in mind, I'm bringing an objection that the document submitted as such is not the true document, but I'm going to, for the questioning to proceed ahead, there are pages in there I'm going to reference that are from the true document I'm going to reference.
And I'm going to ask you for the record to be sure you introduce your own true document so we have something, because otherwise all we have is A48.
Okay.
So you can do that next in order,
Okay.
whatever your letter is and the next number at your convenience.
Okay. And so I just want to make that clarification before I proceed ahead on Exhibit A48.
Yes, and may I ask the university, you don't need to make modifications to what has already been submitted. I prefer that it is what it is. And then if Mr. Flores cares to introduce his copy, at least whoever is looking at it later can see both copies. Okay? So go ahead, Mr. Flores. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give because I'm assuming that our witness doesn't have a copy, so I'm going to present him with a copy of pages. Let me give him the copy first. So the copy I'm handing to the witness is from Exhibit A48, once again referred to the Mauna Kea Science Reserve Master Plan, page Roman numeral 9-28.
Thank you.
Excuse me, before we go to that page, I'm going to pass out another page as well. Sorry, before I go to that figure, I'm going to give you I'm going to reference
Which one would you like the witness to project?
Okay, so what I'm asking a witness to project is page Roman numeral 9, page dash 37. 337, yes. Roman numeral 937. The heading in the section is entitled Type 4, Next Generation Large Telescope Site. First paragraph in that section. Second sentence, beginning with a ground-based telescope with a mirror of 25 to 50 meters in diameter is being considered by the astronomy community, which would complement the planned next generational space telescope. Is that correctly stated as such?
I believe so, yes.
What is the diameter size of the mirror of the proposed 30-meter telescope?
30 meters.
Thus, would the TMT be considered as a Type 4 Next Generation Large Telescope NGLT as noted in this master plan?
It would fall into that category.
So now I'm going to go to figure Roman numeral 9-16, which is on page Roman numeral 28, Roman numeral 9-28 of the Mauna Kea Science Reserve Master Plan. Can you see that figure?
Yes.
Okay. In figure Roman numeral 9-16, does the arrow with the caption SMEA expansion and NGLT, can you see it at the top of the figure?
It's pointing to area E.
Okay, area E. Thank you. Is area E the site of the proposed TMT site?
It is.
In the same figure, Roman numeral 9-16, in the section below, potential new observatories, does it show a proposed NGLT dome?
It does.
In comparison with the dome design to the left, in the same section under potential new observatories, entitled Optical/IR. And I'm going to strike that question and re-ask the question. In the potential new observatories section, is there observatory designed for an optical/IR?
Yes.
In comparing the NGLT with this optical/IR design, is the NGLT dome design height lower in height?
In the figure on this page from the master plan, it is lower in height.
Okay. Looking at in the box next to this section under redevelop existing facilities, is there a diagram for the existing CFHT observatory?
Yes.
In comparing this diagram with the diagram of the NGLT, is the NGLT design smaller in height than the existing CFHT observatory?
The NGLT design considered in the 2000 master plan is shorter.
Okay. So going back to the FEIS, was this particular NGLT dome design as shown in figure Roman numeral 9 9-16 on page Roman numeral 9-28 considered in the TMT FEIS?
It was on page 3-156 of Exhibit A3. There is a discussion of the TMT Observatory and Access Way and how the TMT Observatory design differs from the NGLT described in the 2000 Master Plan.
And was this design considered as one of the alternatives to what's being proposed in the TMT Observatory design as today?
It says here on the page I just referenced, there are a number of reasons why this design was considered not reasonable to the TMT Observatory Corporation. The 2000 Master Plan suggested that half the NGLT Observatory be above grade and shaped and colored to simulate a pu'u. Because the TMT Observatory's primary mirror will be located above ground, the shape of the above ground enclosure could not be made to be shaped like a pu'u unless it covered a much larger area. And the reasons that it was not placed underground include that a significantly larger volume of rock would need to be excavated in order to place it underground. And there are other reasons listed here too.
So if you take a look at figure Roman numeral 9-21, page Roman numeral 9-38 of the sections that I gave to you, of the pages that I gave to you.
Can you say the number again?
So going back to figure Roman numeral 9-21, page Roman numeral 9-38. So
is that the right one?
Yes, thank you. So it's noted in its master plan and is designed as such. What was being proposed in the master plan at that time for the next generation large telescope was to have a telescope design as such. Is that correct?
That's what it appears.
And in this design, it's shaped similar to a pu'u or a heel. Is that correct?
That's how it describes it.
And the color of the design of this proposed NGLT would be a similar color to the landscape. Is that what's been proposed in this figure?
That was what was considered in the 2000 Master Plan.
If they had used this particular design as noted in the master plan, would it have reduced the visual impact upon the northern plateau of this project?
Probably.
Okay. In what ways would it have reduced the visual impact?
I don't know exactly. I didn't analyze the visual impact of the design shown in the 2000 Master Plan.
Going back to figure 9-16, would it have been lower in height than the existing telescopes being proposed?
Well, there's not really, now that I look at this more carefully, there's not really any scale shown vertically or horizontally in these depictions, so I can't be for sure.
Right. But based upon what's diagrammed here, and in a section right below it to the right-hand column, if you read below the box, it says elevations drawn to relative scale. Is that correct?
It is. I hadn't noticed that.
Okay. So based upon this notation that these elevations are drawn to relative scale, is the design, would the visual impact be reduced with this type of design for the NGLT?
Well, it would be shorter, but once again, I did not analyze the impacts of a design similar to the one shown here in the 2000 master plan, so I cannot say exactly what the impacts would be.
But did you clarify, did you analyze the impacts in the FEIS regarding this particular design?
No.
Why not?
It was not considered reasonable.
By whom?
Well, I just told you some of the reasons are outlined on page 3-156 of Exhibit A3.
But who decided those were not reasonable?
That was established or deemed unreasonable by people that design observatories.
But in the FEIS, aren't you supposed to look at all various different alternatives?
Supposed to look at reasonable alternatives.
So being that this design was is in the master plan of 2010, isn't that a reasonable design to consider?
I don't know what kind of criteria they used in the 2000 master plan to evaluate whether it was reasonable, but in our evaluation, it was considered unreasonable.
Okay. So let me just take a quick look here. Let's go to page and Roman numeral 9-37 of the master plan, exhibit A48. Once again, page Roman numeral 9-37. The last paragraph on this page states, strict design guidelines will dictate the size and color of the NGLT. Is that correctly spoken as stated in this document?
Yes.
The next sentence goes on to say, the preliminary design concept proposed for the NGLT employs a unique sliding dome mirror enclosure with a subgrade foundation. Is that correctly stated as such?
Yes.
Did the TMT FEIS incorporate these strict design guidelines outlined in this master plan in its analysis?
The design of the TMT project is not similar in the regards to the shape of the dome.
Okay, thank you.
And those reasons are outlined, as I said, in page 3-156.
And so, based upon your knowledge, does the TMT Observatory employ a unique sliding dome mirror enclosure with a subgrade foundation?
Well, it employs a Kalat style dome where the thing slides down inside the dome.
So, is your answer yes or no to that question?
It's similar. All foundations are subgrade, so it does include a subgrade foundation.
Okay, so let me break the question apart then. So it does include a subgrade foundation. Does a TMT observatory employ a unique sliding dome mirror enclosure?
I don't know exactly what that phrase means. I've never seen an observatory that uses that, so I don't know if it is similar or not.
Okay, thank you. Was a TMT observatory designed with this lower half of its observatory built below grade to minimize the apparent height and mass of the facility?
Well, it hasn't been built yet, but it is not designed that way.
Okay. Was the TMT observatory designed with a dome shaped and colored to simulate a small pu'u to blend well with the surrounding landscape?
No.
If the shape and color of the TMT design was in compliance with these guidelines, could it have actually mitigated its adverse visual impacts?
As stated in the environmental impact statement, that it does not have a significant adverse effect as designed.
But I'm gonna halt you right there and go back to the question. In the shape and color of the design, in the shape and color of the TMT design, if the shape and color of the TMT design was in compliance with these guidelines, could it have actually mitigated its adverse visual impacts?
To some extent.
Okay, thank you. In preparing the FEIS, did you review the design guidelines of the master plan on pages Roman numeral 11-4 to Roman numeral 7? Roman numeral 11-7. Let me rephrase for the court reporter. In preparing the FES, did you review the design guidelines of the master plan on pages Roman numeral 11-4 and Roman numeral 11-7? And I'm going to actually give you a copy of those. So once again, just for the record, a copy was given to Mr. Hayes from Exhibit A48 from the Mauna Kea Science Reserve Master Plan, pages Roman numeral 11-4 through Roman numeral 11-9. Do you have a copy with you?
Yes.
Okay, on the section on design guidelines, I'm going to ask the question again. Referring to these particular guidelines on pages Roman numeral 11-4 to Roman numeral 11-7. In preparing the FEIS, did you review the design guidelines of this master plan as noted as such?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at page Roman numeral 11-6, section under surfaces, textures, and materials. So looking at page 6, Roman numeral 11, page 6. Do you have that page?
Yes.
So under the section surfaces, textures, and materials, it says surfaces, textures, and materials used for construction in the science reserve should seek to blend the facility into the landscape. Is that correctly as stated?
That's part of the section?
Yeah. Does the proposed TMT observatory blend the facilities into the landscape?
The support building is designed to be lava colored and blend into the landscape, along with the parking areas and other surrounding areas. The dome of the observatory was selected to be the non-metallic surface to better blend in with the natural or surroundings to the extent possible.
I'm going to question. You said it was a non-metallic surface?
Aluminum-like. If I misspoke, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm going to stop. Can I have the reporter provide the last answer to the question for clarity?
You want the answer to the question?
Yes.
Okay.
dome of the observatory was selected to be non-metallic surface to better blend in with the natural surroundings to the extent possible.
Is that correct?
No, I misspoke. I should have said aluminum-like.
Okay. So he corrects his own statement as such, right?
Okay.
Okay, just clarifying. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hayes, could you please read the first bullet under this section here for us?
It says, as much as possible, surfaces should be non-reflective in the visible spectrum to minimize glare and visibility from distant areas.
And is this section on page Roman numeral 11-6?
Yes.
Of the master plan?
Yes.
Okay. Is the purpose of this design guideline to minimize glare and visibility from distant areas?
That's what it says, yes.
Is aluminum-like coating and surface of the TMT observatory dome non-reflective?
No.
Then it's, as stated, then it's not in compliance with the design guidelines of the master plan.
It's not in compliance with.
Did you understand the question, sir?
I think so.
You did or you did not understand the question?
I did.
And can you tell me why this is not argumentative, Mr. Flores?
Let me strike the question and rephrase it so that it's not in an argumentative format, if
All right,
that's
go ahead.
possible, and I'll try to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. So is the aluminum-like coating of the surface of the TMT observatory dome reflective in nature?
Yes.
So reading that, so from the last bullet that you just read, is the TMT observatory dome with its reflective nature in compliance with this first bullet?
With the first bullet?
That you read, yes.
The first bullet says should be non-reflective, so it is not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I tend to finish up shortly, Your Honor, which is a few questions as such. At this time, I'd like to end, just for your reference. We're going to take a look at FEIS Exhibit A3, page 3-89. I'm not sure if you have a copy, but I'm providing a hard copy to the witness. And for the record, is that what you have in your possession from page 3-89 from the final EIS Exhibit A3?
It looks correct.
Okay. If you take a look at section TMT Observatory Dome Finish, first paragraph. Second sentence of this paragraph. It states, the use of a reflective aluminum-like finish was based on the following considerations. 1, visibility of the dome. 2, optimum performance of the observatory. And 3, reduced need of cooling air within the dome during the day. Is that correct as stated?
Yes.
So when you look at one of the reasons for having aluminum-like coating on the dome of the observatory is is number 2 for the optimum performance of the observatory. Is that correct? As stated.
That's one of them.
Item number 3. Another reason for having the reflective aluminum-like finish is to reduce the need of cooling air within the dome during the day. Is that correct, as stated?
That's one of them.
So the question is, why isn't the dome colored like the landscape instead of aluminum-like finish, based upon your FEIS analysis?
Hold on one moment. As I discussed before, the EIS on page 3-156 discusses why the design guidelines, and they are guidelines, were not strictly followed. And then the quotes that you just made also inform that decision. So there are a number of reasons why.
Okay, but based upon the design guidelines in the master plan of 2010, it's highly suggested that the dome coating be similar in color to the surrounding landscape. So why isn't that coating colored as such?
Well, as part of the project development process, the TMT Observatory Corporation and the University of Hawaii were evaluating the design guidelines, and this is, let's see, figure 11-2 from the design guidelines that you handed me, and it illustrates the process by which the design of the facility will be developed in consultation with the University of Hawaii. And the TMT Observatory Corporation followed this process and, working through the guidelines, developed what they felt was the best way to design it.
So, but as part of the FEIS analysis process, why didn't you look at these other alternatives as a possible alternative as far as the coating color of the design of the TMT Observatory dorm?
Well, we looked at in the visual impact section, there's quite a lengthy discussion, there are quite a few simulations, including a simulation of the observatory with a brown, how does it term, a brown finish that would be more in compliance with the design guidelines. And we collected input from the community looking at the observatory in the aluminum-like finish, a white finish, and the brown finish. And people generally agreed that the aluminum-like finish was the preferable of those three alternatives.
And when you say people generally agreed, which people are you referring to?
People that submitted input on the draft EIS.
And do you know how many individuals, or roughly how many individuals suggested that aluminum-like finish was better than a brown color finish?
I don't remember exact numbers.
Okay. Do you know a percentage of the people who responded might have stated that?
It was the majority. I don't know exact percentages.
Okay. Okay, so if you take a look at the next page of your FEIS, page 3-90. and you look at the figure 3.9, finish emissivity and absorption. Sorry. Figure 3.9, finish emissivity and absorption. It's spelled it's spelled finish, and the second word is spelled E-M-I-S-S-I-V-I-T-Y. Okay.
I don't think that's in the dictionary. That doesn't look like a word I ever saw before, but please continue.
Okay. So in that figure there, where on the spectrum does the aluminum-like finish fall under?
Well, we have a polished. It's going to be somewhere in the lower section. It doesn't say exactly.
Okay. If the dome color was brown or somewhat similar in color, where on this spectrum of this graph would it be?
In the upper section over here somewhere.
Okay. So based upon this analysis here regarding the observatory dome finish, one of the reasons for selecting the aluminum-like finish has to do with the performance of the observatory. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the other reason for selecting aluminum-like finish has to do with reducing the need for cooling air within the dome during the day. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So do you think those decisions, as part of your analysis, outweigh the decision regarding its visual impacts?
Well, another design goal is always to promote sustainability and reduce energy use, and therefore these other points are ones that came into play. I can't say one trumped the other.
Okay. I'm going to close with a few questions. Would the TMT Observatory be the tallest telescope on Mauna Kea?
The observatory dome would be the tallest.
Would the TMT Observatory dome be the largest on Mauna Kea?
I don't know.
So based upon your FEIS analysis, you're saying you don't know if the TMT dome observatory is larger than any of the other domes?
Measured in what way?
Okay, then let me rephrase that question. Would the TMT observatory dome diameter be the largest on Mauna Kea?
I don't know, because I don't know the diameter of all the other observatories specifically.
Okay. Okay, let's go in just general size then. Would the general size of the TMT observatory dome be the largest on Mauna Kea?
Like I said, it'll be the tallest. I don't know otherwise.
Okay. Would the TMT observatory be a new visual impact on the Northern Plateau?
It'll be a new presence in the Northern Plateau, yes.
Would the open space characteristics on the Northern Plateau be preserved with the TMT observatory being located there?
In the context of the entire development?
No, just in the context of the TMT observatory being there.
Well, so you can ask the question again.
So would the open space characteristics on the Northern Plateau be preserved with the TMT observatory being located there?
The TMT observatory would take up space.
I guess the point is open space
There would be a little less open space.
Okay. Would the open space characteristics on the Northern Plateau be improved upon with a TMT observatory being located there?
No.
Would the TMT observatory be visible from Waimea?
Yes, partially.
Would the TMT observatory be visible from Mauna Kea?
Partially.
Would the TMT observatory be visible from Waikoloa?
Partially.
Would the TMT observatory be visible from the Hawaiian homelands communities in Waimea?
Partially. Again, I mean, if there's no trees or other obstructions.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Hayes, for your time during questioning. Thank you, Your Honor, for this opportunity, and I have no other further questions.
Mr. Flores, I don't know what law school you went to or what YouTube video you're watching, but I think I better take lessons from you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So typically we take a short recess, but we're close to the end, so I'd like to keep going if we can. Ms. Aluli?
Judge, I will be not here tomorrow, and I don't believe that I can complete my cross-examination in the time allotted. So I would like to, I think Mr. Ching is next, and then we'll do ours tomorrow when Dexter's here. He and I have both prepared for this line of questioning with the witness. So I know it's difficult, unless you want me to really speed it up or something.
No, I appreciate your...
It's a real conundrum. I thought I could do it in an hour.
Right.
But the 30 minutes is, yeah.
I understand. Let's take a 5-minute break and then I'll come back and decide. Sorry about that. I didn't think... Hey everybody, let's pick up where we left off, please. And we have the reappearance of the witness, Mr. Hayes. Again, Mr. Hayes, your testimony will be under oath. You agree?
I do.
All right. And Mr. Louis Kwan, did you want to say something? Because actually it's Mr. Ching's turn anyway.
Is that all the order of it? Is it
Yes.
Mr. Ching?
It is. So were you going to object?
I just wanted it to flow according to the order.
Yeah. So it's Mr. Ching's turn, and I wonder, Mr. Ching, are you ready? Cross-examination?
Judge Amano, Clarence Cheng, I'm really not ready in the way that I would like to do this, because if I tell time correctly, there's less than 15 minutes to go on this one. So I feel somewhat disadvantaged to start out and put a few minutes on and have to continue tomorrow or whenever. But if I am forced to, I will do that.
Well, Mr. Ching, I don't understand why anybody wouldn't be ready for this witness.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not ready for this witness. I'm saying that I would hate to have my presentation or cross-examination divided between 10 minutes or so today and whatever tomorrow.
And
That's the only thing.
In fairness to everybody, I've been really trying to use all of the time as efficiently as possible. So I apologize, but I need to ask you to begin your cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hayes.
Good afternoon.
I'm Clarence Ching. I would rather have, my preferred name is Ku Kawakahi. And I'm glad to meet you. I'm noticing that you, at the time that you did the work you were hired to do, that you worked for PB Americas, Inc., is that correct?
That's correct.
And that sometime between that time and this time, you no longer work for them?
Correct.
That you are now President and Principal Environmental Planner at Planning Solutions, Inc.
Correct.
So you've had a lot of experience with corporations.
I've worked at a number of different businesses.
But of the corporate organizational situation. So my question to you is, are you familiar with the way corporations work?
Not more than their businesses. I'm not a lawyer in corporation management or anything.
Have you ever taken any classes in business law?
No.
Any kind of law?
No.
Not even corporate law?
No.
But you've been working for corporations for quite a bit of time?
Yes.
How many, could you give us an estimate as to what your total work time has been with corporations or in corporations?
Mr. Ching, may I ask where this is going?
Yes. There are a number of corporations that are involved in this action. One of them is on the record, one of them isn't. There seems to be a trend to try to inject information of the unnamed corporation into the record. And I would like to know if Mr. Hayes knows the difference between corporations and why they're different, and how this knowledge would help him answer the questions I want to ask him.
What unnamed corporation are you talking about?
I say unnamed, and I'm really talking about the CDUA that mentions the TMT Observatory Corporation and not the TMT International Observatory, which name continues to come up in this hearing, and I believe that it has no reason for being in this discussion.
And why is this witness qualified to answer that question?
Well, he starts out by saying in the third paragraph that he was retained by TMT Observatory Corporation. And I'd like to ask him some questions about that.
I'm going to allow you to lead. Since this is cross-examination, you can go ahead and lead.
Okay, well, I also asked, can I have an answer to my question? My last question.
I'm going to otherwise rule that I don't see how this is relevant.
Well, I'm just anticipating that I will get some objections from this sector here.
I'm pretty sure he'll object if he needs to, so go ahead and lead.
About corporations, and so I was just trying to avoid that. Mr. Hayes, you say in paragraph number 3, in July 2008, PB was retained by the TMT Observatory Corporation, in parentheses, the predecessor entity to TMT International Observation, LLC, end of quote, end of parentheses, to prepare an environmental impact statement, EIS, in parentheses, exhibits A2, A3, A4, and A5, period. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Within the first set of parentheses that says the predecessor entity to TMT International Observatory, LLC, how do you know that that is a true statement?
I was informed of that by the University of Hawaii.
Who at the University of Hawaii told you that?
I don't know exactly.
When did they tell you that?
Mr. Ching, it would be better if you led.
I didn't know how to ask a question and to know what, how to lead or not to lead.
Okay, so
it's been
perhaps it
over
might be-
30 years since I've practiced law, maybe close. Anyway, it's been a long time.
Yeah, I understand. So it would be something like, isn't it true that you don't have personal knowledge of this information for a fact? Something like that, if that's your point. It's an example of a leading question. That's what I'm asking you to do, if that's your point.
So somebody at the university told you that TMT Observatory Corporation was, strike that, that the, or somebody at the university told you that the TMT Observatory Corporation, which was written up, I'm assuming, and I know that's not the word to use, in the FEIS and the CDUA, a person that you do not know of, or you don't remember who it was. And you don't know when they told you this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If I were to tell you or ask you, well, strike that. Hypothetically, if I were to claim that the TIO was not the successor, the complete successor of the TMT, would you disagree with me? Is that correct or not?
I'm having trouble following.
So you don't understand the question?
No.
All right. Could you rephrase, perhaps?
If I were to claim, I'm turning the question around, is what I'm doing, we're trying to do. Hypothetically, if I were to claim that the TIO, which is the TMT International Observatory, LLC, was not the successor company or corporation of TMT Observatory Corporation, you would probably disagree with me. Is that correct or not?
That's correct.
Do you happen to know what LLC means?
I believe I said yesterday that it usually means limited liability corporation.
Okay. Okay, going back to the start of that, or near the start of that sentence that I read and you agreed to. PB was retained by the TMT Observatory Corporation, and we'll stop there for now. But what do you mean by retained?
There was a contract between Parsons Brinkerhoff and the TMT Observatory Corporation for the preparation of the environmental impact statement.
And this was this contract preceded by negotiations?
Do not answer. Objection?
Objection. Objection. This line of questioning is repetitive and has been asked and answered.
Sustained. But where are we going with this, Mr. Ching?
My belief is that TMT Observatory Corporation was not retained as it states here.
And you need to establish a basis.
I believe so. Well, that was why I was asking about corporations. That he had knowledge of corporations, knowledge of negotiations, that he was a party to this negotiation, maybe.
And your point is?
Because I think that that this statement may possibly be not true.
We've already, this has been asked and answered of this witness. So if you would like to follow up, you're welcome to do that.
Your Honor, I don't believe that the question's been asked the way I'm trying to ask him and for the information I'm trying to get out of him.
Well, you can ask the follow-up question because the information has already been provided. So go ahead and ask the follow-up question.
My problem is I don't agree with any of the with substantial amount of the information that has been discussed, and maybe I should at this point ask you for leave to add witnesses to my witness list.
Well, I think I said, this applies to everyone. You can submit, upload, we'll deal with the offers and objections as they come in. So you don't need my leave. Everyone else has filed things.
Thank you. And while I'm at it, I will even give notice to Tim Lui Kwan, Mr. Sanderson, Mr. Douglas Ng, that I will be calling them. And I'd like to ask them now if they would show up voluntarily or would I have to file subpoenas for them?
Are they on your witness list?
There will be.
Well,
the
then when
witness additions I just mentioned.
Then when you go ahead and file your witness list, I guess we'll deal with it at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kanaile.
Mr. Hayes, I'm going to ask you some questions from your written direct testimony. And I'd like to draw your attention to page 8, figure 2. And I know you were asked questions about this early on, but I'd like to clarify what you have here. As the heading of this figure, you say distances from cultural practice areas to proposed TMT observatory. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you don't, are you trying to say that these are the only cultural practice areas that Hawaiians practice at?
Objection.
Hold on a second. Go ahead, Mr. Sanderson.
This line of questioning is cumulative, it has been asked and answered.
Sustained. You may ask about the exhibit, Mr. Ching, but you need to get to another area, whatever your point may be. What is your point here?
My point is that I have practiced some of my practices between Pu'u Poliahu and Pu'u Pohaku. But according to this figure, I either haven't been practicing those places or I'm not supposed to, because he only mentions Pu'u, and I'm practicing between Pu'u.
Okay.
And I'd like to have him tell me that I can't practice between Pu'u, or I don't practice between Pu'u, as the title of this figure says.
I don't think this is the witness that you're trying to make that point with.
Your Honor, but he has used this figure in his written testimony.
Yes, sir, but the point you're trying to make is that you personally have practiced elsewhere, so this diagram doesn't represent your practice. I think that's the point you're trying to make, which, frankly, I'm not going to receive until you testify about that.
No, my only issue with this figure is that it's mislabeled.
So is your point that this doesn't represent all cultural practice areas?
That's what I'm trying to establish.
Then you ask him that.
I thought I did.
You did not.
Does this figure represent all Hawaiian cultural and religious practices?
Areas.
Areas?
No, it does not.
Thank you. Referring you to page 16, figure 13. This is a simulation of the TMT observatory with an aluminum-like finish from near Keck Observatory viewing northwest. If your simulation of the TMT were not in this picture, could you point out in this picture this substantial can't remember terms when I'm not reading. The substantial adverse and significant impacts that have been discussed in the final EIS.
Objection. This line of testimony is cumulative and was addressed by the last cross-examiner. Line of question.
I don't think so. I'm going to overrule. Go ahead.
I didn't understand the question.
From discussions about substantial adverse and what is the other term I used? Court reporter?
Significant.
Significant impacts. Can you show them to me in this picture, or actually in figure 12 above figure 13? Where are these significant, substantial adverse impacts? Can you see any of them there?
The cumulative, what is characterized as the cumulative substantial adverse effect?
I didn't, well, you can add a cumulative, but I didn't use that word. So the accumulated substantial adverse impact.
As it's discussed in the environmental impact statement in section 316, the cumulative impact of development in the Mauna Kea Science Reserve Astronomy Precinct area on visual resources, let's see, how's it worded? The existing level of cumulative visual impact from past projects at the summit area is considered to be substantial, significant, and adverse.
I understand, but you're not responding to my question. My question
I'm not
is,
sure.
where are these impacts?
The cross-examiner should allow the witness to finish answering the question.
Your Honor, I don't know that this witness is being responsive to my question.
Well, we
And
won't
so-
know unless you ask him, we allow him to finish the answer, and then you may make an objection or whatever you need to do. But I'm concerned about how this is proceeding. So we are going to recess for the day with continued cross-examination. We now have overnight. Tomorrow morning, I am inclined to start with Dr. Hassinger, because I do not at this point believe that there's prejudice to taking Dr. Hassinger out of order tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So I'm letting everybody know that we're going to go to Dr. Hassinger, be prepared for his testimony, also be prepared to recommence the examination, cross-examination of Mr. Hayes.
I'll have to object to that, Your Honor, because you could have started out with Dr. Hassinger instead of me when I asked you for some consideration. Thank
Sir, you told me that you would object to Dr. Hassinger going before everyone finished their cross because you were prepared to go forward with the cross of this witness. And I'm going to ask that perhaps we can prepare again or better for the cross-examination tomorrow, please.
Thank you.
All right, let's take up a little bit of housekeeping. Ms. Lightholm has indicated that there is a new email address, so may I please ask everyone to correct their certificate of service to include the new email address. And Ms. Lightholm, would you give it to us again so that everyone has it? I want everybody to be getting documents.
Your Honor, could that be served on us by email?
She already did that, so I want to make a record that I'm asking that this be included on everybody's certificate. So please tell us what it is.
Lena Alice Lightholm. My email address that I filed a motion to update, and also an email prior to that, so I notified everyone 2 times, is L like Larry, LEINA dot mauna@gmail.com.
So it's
lenaala.mauna@gmail.com.
lenaala.mauna@gmail.com. So please, everyone, update your certificate of service. And also, Mr. Kanuha, I think, has a new service email.
I saw that email yesterday. He did submit a notification.
Please check your documents library. It's in there. I want to be sure everybody gets everything. And also ask everyone to please continue checking your documents library. I appreciate very much that we're doing that. All I'm trying to do is be sure everybody gets everything. There's a lot. Let's see. Going forward, I am going to let everyone know that as to witnesses, prior to direct, I am going to ask for an offer of proof And I need an offer of proof to know that the witness will be testifying about something that is related to this contested case hearing. So I'm going to do that as a matter of practice for every future witness. Also, I neglected, Mr. Sanderson, and I apologize, I neglected to ask you whether you wanted to redirect Mr. White, and I will be doing that as well, which is the process I set out. So may I ask you to make a record of that?
We decline to redirect Mr. White.
Thank you, and I apologize for the timing of this. I will ask the same thing of everybody after every witness that they put on. I wanted to cover the calendar matters because we have just now received the open dates for November, and we are currently set for October 31st. These are the open dates, right? And November 2nd. We looks like November 23rd is not available. It looks like November 14th through 17 is available, but let me double check that. Ms. Peixoto, when are you leaving for the mainland? So it would help if you try to use the week of the 14th. That looks like it might be helpful. I'll check again and confirm tomorrow. The 23rd is not available. So the only 2 days available that week. You folks don't want to spend Thanksgiving together, do you? Come on. All right. Yeah, we're off the record. So I'm sorry. So I'm just letting you know that I'm taking a look at those days, and tomorrow morning I'll try to clear that up so we can plan better. But it looks like maybe I can take off the week of the 21st, although the dates are available, and try to replace that with some days during the week of the 14th instead. Let's take a look and see if that's better. And I think we have, it looks like the 28th, 29th, and 30th are available, but I have to double check this again, please. And then it looks like December 1st looks available, 5, 6, and 8, 12, 13, 19, 20, 21, 5, 6, 8, 12, 13, oh, I'm sorry, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, 13. The 9th is a Friday. I'm putting it in because originally when we contracted with the Naniloa, they could commit to us the Monday through Thursday, because if they had a Friday event, then it would be hard to do the takedown of the room. So we tried to do the hearing for Monday through Thursday, but we lost a lot of days, and I'm trying to find replacements now. So if we can get Friday dates in November and December, I may try to put that in, but I'll have a better proposal for you tomorrow, and then we'll see scheduling issues, if there are scheduling issues. So going back to December, I'll repeat it again. Looks like 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, 13, 16, 19, 20, 21, 23, 27, 28, 29, and 30 are available. I feel like a keynote caller. So those, I'm going to look at that again, and tomorrow I'll let you know, but that's the current information that I just got. A little bit better. You wouldn't want to spend Christmas together. Oh, never mind. All right, so let's take Mr. Kealoha since he was there first, and then Mrs. Case, and then Mr. Kanaile. Go ahead, Mr. Kealoha.
I just want to point out that like we did in October, where I was expected to be here on the 17th, and I thought I was going to, and I know some things have changed in the schedule, but for the record, I've already made my flight and reservations and accommodations, and it's a lot of money that I don't know how to reconcile.
I've been trying to connect the dates so that folks who are flying don't have to do it every day, broken up. But how about tomorrow? You can let us know when I give you a better schedule.
Yeah, I know this is just consideration, but I just want to get that on the record. That I know I don't consider this coercion, but it's duress.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. Mrs. Case? Goodbye, Ms. Aluli. We'll miss you tomorrow.
I just wanted to say, in reference to having to switch up the witnesses, that Mr. Freitas was afforded the opportunity, if he has Skype, to, and Ken, I remember you saying if he can set that up himself, that we would be able to Skype a witness in instead of switching up the schedule. I just wanted to be reminded of that, if that was accurate. That's what I heard.
I'm hopeful, and I'm very encouraging of the technology, which is going to help us all,
right,
in terms of the hearing presentation. But I'm a little doubtful because the witness would need to be able to see everybody, and this is a really big area to cover. So,
exactly. But so just to put that still on the table, that it's a possibility, and maybe when we try the first one, it won't work. But just wanted to put that out there again.
Well, I think we can try to lock something down for 2 weeks before and try it.
Sure.
So we'll know beforehand.
That would be great.
Because everybody's preparing for cross also, right? So yes, we want to be thoughtful of that.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Case, for reminding us. And Mr. Kanaile?
I just want to inform the hearings officer that I'll be working between the 7th and the 20th.
December 7th and 20th?
Oh, no, November?
Oh, November 7th and 20th, you're working?
Yeah, 7th to the 20th.
Number 7 through the 20th, you're going to be...
November 7th to November 20th.
You're working?
Yeah.
So you won't be able to be present?
Yes.
Okay, and so tomorrow when I put something out there, let's make sure that everybody considers everything. I'll try to put a calendar together and then give you all hard copies.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else on any issues for today? Ms. Ward?
Judge, I'm not trying to delay anything. I have a 97-year-old mother who'd like me to see me at Christmas, and I'm trying very hard to wait until we have a schedule in order to make an airline. But it sounds very much like now there won't be a week at Christmas, and I'm hopeful that we can find some way to do that. Thank you.
I have an 85-year-old mother. Maybe she can move in. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, you have to meet my mother. All right, Mr. Flores.
Aloha, Kalani Flores. Just following up with a former inquiry, is it required to have the hearing officer witnesses on the certificate of service? Because I think it's going to be a burden to serve everyone.
And I know you mentioned that before, and Mrs. Holy has come, and several people, the other 4 or 5 folks, have not appeared for a long time.
Right.
So, but I did make a commitment to them that they would be copied, and they initially wanted to be parties, and instead were willing to just do witnesses, and they're probably glad they did. So I think it would be appropriate to keep them in the COS. It's not hard copies, right? The hard copies are only going to...
There is one, I think Ms. and Holy has requested hard copies.
Okay, so Ms. Holy, Mr. Fergestrom, and Mr. Vicente get the hard copies, right?
So I'm just saying that it becomes a burden upon us as we file, starting to begin filing of all our exhibits and so forth, that I'm just talking about the witnesses, that they do have access. And that is it necessary for us to, because we haven't even gotten to our briefs and filings of facts and all those documents yet. And so I'm just saying that right now we're required to service them, but is it actually a requirement that since they have access to these materials, that do we still have to service them? And I'm thinking
Well, you know, access to the materials apparently has not been sufficient.
Right.
So, and since I made the commitment when those folks were here, I'm going to ask that they continue to be on the certificates of service.
Okay, and then maybe as a follow-up to that, I know there was some mention about some updates in the emails. Could we have also an update to those witnesses who have dropped out, that don't need to be serviced by whatever means?
If they've withdrawn as parties, then you can drop them.
But I'm just thinking the updating of the certificate of service reflects that. Because I think there's some witnesses on the certificate of service that have since dropped out. And I'm just saying, just as a update to see who's on, who's not, and if that's, since they're going to update the certificate of service with those new emails, maybe we can just, if you could look at the witnesses.
Yes, we can look at it.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fergestrom?
This certainly might be premature. However, I want to make sure that I have a certain amount of time in January. This is going to be my 17th year of biennial vigil at the Iolani Palace. From the 13th to the 22nd.
I don't expect to be in hearing in January.
In case it gets there, I just want to let you know that I have this.
You already know I'm an optimist.
Okay.
So, Mr. Kealoha.
And this is my last issue. I just want to bring up, for due diligence, that I know another party, but I'll speak for myself here. Some of my testimony and terminology will be in the Hawaiian language, and I've spoken with the court reporter about how we could maybe incorporate that, and I just want to give my due diligence that I'll be speaking somewhat in the Hawaiian language, and maybe another party will be speaking entirely in the Hawaiian language. I just want to give you folks notice of that.
Okay, and the only thing I'm going to ask is that testimony be presented in writing.
Okay.
Because I want to be sure we have an accurate record.
Got it.
I also will make note that I do not speak Hawaiian.
Yes.
So if there's information that you need me to know, it needs to be in English. So I'm not requiring it, but it's up to you.
We do want you to understand, but and it's not for any other purpose than the fact that any one language into another language does not convey completely, and we feel that it's necessary.
I understand, and I hope you also know that it is necessary for me to get the information.
Yes. So we one of the options that we spoke about was writing it, having it in type. And submitted to you the entire testimony, or if there was things that was orally serviced, that perhaps we can translate it into English as it happens, like as in speaking here kind of thing. If I had a motion, or if there were terminologies that needed to be
The other
conveyed.
consideration that you might want to think about is when you submit your direct testimony all in Hawaiian, everyone has an opportunity to cross-examine based on the direct testimony. And if they can't read it and they don't understand it, or there's no English.
Where the purpose is to understand better the terminologies that don't connect. I mean, some examples are ho'omana, which some people think is to worship, but it's not only to worship. Even the word aloha itself is not just to say hello or love, and those are the...
I'm familiar.
We're going to convey both, I guess. I can speak for myself. I can convey both, I guess, but I just want to make the hearing
It's
aware.
your choice. I'm just letting you know that I think it's important to get information on the record, and especially to me, so I know what the evidence is when I make my decision. It's really important.
I understand that, and it's also really important that we do not take English equivalents when it's not really equal.
Okay. I hear you. Thank you.
And the purpose is to better understand for English and Hawaiian speaking.
There's no other interpretation for arraignment either. So I'm
well,
very...
there's certain other ones, yeah.
So I understand how it has to work. Sometimes you have to describe the word.
And that's what we plan to do.
Right. Okay.
Mahalo.
So Ms. Pishota?
I just want to make the record that what I was saying earlier about the over litigiousness, I want to cite the citation where it's found, that we don't have to have an attorney, and that's Hawaii Revised Statutes 91-9, specifically under Section 5, I believe. And I'm just responding because earlier it was stated that our attorney abandoned us or left us, and you know, I've done personally 2 other contested case hearings. We've all done them without any attorney. So I just want to make the record that that's what I'm trying to communicate when I'm saying that.
I understand.
And so, yeah, thank you.
I appreciate
and mahalo.
it.
Yeah, mahalo.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Contested case hearing for the 30-meter telescope project, a proceeding for the State of Hawaii DLNR's Board of Land and Natural Resources.